So, well, at some point, and the countdown, the clock in the Palestine square in Tehran was attacked by Israelis, and they put it back, they attacked it again.
But Saman, did they hit those high-level targets in those hotels?
Say it again?
Did they hit those high-level targets in those hotels?
I don't know, and I don't care. If somebody is in a hotel and my child is in a hotel, well, think about this. Iranian,
A few CIA. Go ahead.
I don't care about anytime you say CIA, Mossad, I'm just deaf. Yes, they do crazy shit, CIA and Mossad. I'm talking a neighbor attacking their neighbors, and 12 of them.
Yeah, but you're saying that like they're just hitting random people in hotels. They hit CIA leaders and station chiefs in those hotels.
You could be in that hotel, my man. You could be in that hotel. Any person in this room could have been visiting Dubai and be in that hotel. Is that not true?
What I'm telling you is they hit all their targets. You're making it seem like they're just hitting random people.
So
We've lost CIA.
But see the thing, hold on, because see the thing that you're not listening to him. He just said he don't know. He don't know who was in the goddamn hotel. So how you gonna make him admit to who was trying to shoot up in the hotel? He don't know.
But he's making a point that they're just crazy people. They're just killing people for no reason. What I'm explaining to him is like they've hit all our high-level CIA targets that are staying at these hotels.
Which one of your CIA targets was staying at the hotel? Give me a name.
It's on the internet. Do you want to pull it up?
No, I just asked you to give me a name. I mean, I didn't think I stuttered when I asked for it. That man literally said he don't know because he thinking that it's just Americans at the hotel, and that's what the motherfuckers told him.
Let me give you another fact.
Americans. Yeah, hold on, let me finish, sweetheart.
Yeah.
He's saying that the Iranians were just shooting at the goddamn hotels because they thinking Americans would be staying there. He ain't saying nothing about CIA. If that's something that you know about, you would have to bring that to the table. Because once you asked him, he said he don't know.
No, I even say more.
I
say, thank you for your words, but what I'm saying is that suppose there are CIA in those hotels. That doesn't give you the right to attack the hotel when there are civilians in the hotel. This is the law that is put in place for a reason. You can't.
And 150 girls being killed at a school is okay.
No, it's not okay. No, attacking any school is forbidden. Attacking any civilian site is forbidden. Now, what I was going to ask you guys is that do you know that the Iranian regime has used cluster munition in their attacks to Israel many times? Do you know that those are banned?
That's against.
Really?
They should play nicer. Is what you're saying in war?
No. What I'm saying is that this is a mad regime. Mad regime. So I haven't seen Americans using cluster munitions in Tehran or any cities. I'm from Iran, and yes, the school in Minab was hit, and it seems that Americans did it by mistake, and they're investigating that. There is a difference when you randomly attack hotels in Dubai or Maname or.
I think you got that wrong because America didn't hit no school. That was Israel.
No, Reuters says the evidence suggests that it could have been. They're not 100% sure. Reuters report says that it could have been American missile hitting that school, which, by the way, was in an IRGC base at some point. And at some point, they divided that building. It's still next door to IRGC base, but the building belongs to a school for little girls, elementary school for girls of IRGC personnel. But that's not the point. These are civilians.
So if your daughter was in the
oh my God. Well, those were innocent children. That was. It says it was. Nadia said that was America and China children in that hotel.
But didn't they also say it was a chance that their school was hit by a misfire from the Iranians? Wasn't that a chance as well?
That's another possibility. But
It was a misfire.
Yes,
that's propaganda. I'll put the video in the chat. What do you mean propaganda? I'm waiting for
hold up. You can say it's propaganda. Hold up, but I'm still waiting on your information about the CIA in the fucking hotels. That could be propaganda as well, sir. But
You
to
gotta
say
cite
that
your
that's
source.
propaganda when you say that's propaganda where there's multiple sources and nobody fucking really knows. You can't say that was propaganda because nobody has proof of it.
So I put the link. I put the link in the chat. I'm sorry, Michelle, for cutting you off, baby girl, but I put the link in the chat of the missile misfiring and hitting the school. So I got the video, and that's not even AI.
The video is not 100% verified. I've seen the video. So what I'm saying is Reuters says in a very detailed report 2 days ago that chances are the American missile hit that school. They also add at the end that, it's not final and there could be other explanations. Probably not Israelis, they say. It's American or something misfired from within Iran.
Well,
so that's their conclusion, but we don't know.
Well, I put the link in the chat because if they said, and even people in Iran said that the government mentioned that situation was a misfire. So when it comes to that situation, I put the video.
My man, I'm against the Islamic regime, but I would tell you this is not done and dusted. We don't know yet.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet. If it's just a video of the compound of the kids walking around with a little thing in the background, that's not it, fam. Yeah, that's not it.
That's not the video. See, you didn't look at it. See,
that's why I just told him I haven't looked at it. I'm about to look at it.
It don't matter, but mute up. I hate that shit. First of all, you still ain't brought up the CIA that was in the damn hotel. I need you to bring that link. But before y'all comment on a motherfucking link, go look at the damn link. That's crazy. Y'all go look up the link and then talk about it.
Can we talk about fact? Today, the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, he's the president. He's the sitting president right now. And he also is, by the way, one of 3 men in charge of the country after the supreme leader is killed. So Pezeshkian, Ejei, and Arfai, these are the 3 people. So Pezeshkian, you think, he's president and also sitting in the leadership group of 3. Okay, alternately. He gave an interview and said the following. He said, "We are sorry we attacked these neighboring countries. This was done by the army elements that were not under my control. They decided for themselves. So, and then we apologize or something along those lines." In about 40 minutes, the other person from those 3 men, that's an Ayatollah Ejei, he came out and said, "No, what is he talking about? No, we continue attacking these people." So that is enough reason for me to say, this is crazy. This is a failed state. Iran, the Islamic regime in Iran is a failed state, and people are doing whatever they want to do. Mostly country is run by IRGC. They cannot use electronics to communicate amongst each other. Think about that, because they think that they're going to be located and be attacked. This is the state of the affair in Iran right now. And we'll see what happens over the next few days or weeks. But they're going to collapse. At what cost for Iranian people remains to be seen, but they will collapse, in my opinion.
It remains to be seen what cost to the Iranian people. That's my whole point. And so when you get rid of the Khomeini, don't complain now when you got 3 different people that got differences and you just increased the chaos. It's what you did when you got rid of the supreme leader.
It's like
It seems like to me, hold up, but see, it seems like
say, there are side effects. Of course, chemotherapy.
Right. Yeah. So basically, it seems to me that he's okay. That the Iranians are okay because they understand that it's a sacrifice. Am I right or wrong?
100%.
That is exactly right.
Just put it in perspective, though.
Right. So y'all can't. So hold up, honey. So y'all can't tell these people what they should be willing to sacrifice and not sacrifice. It's their shit.
But the caveat being,
the programming is real strong, Michelle. This is funny.
Because you got people like Sheeta. Let me say this real quick. You got people like Sheeta in the chat said, let me read out his question, his situation right here, because this is very important. He said, to all the non-Iranian who support the IRGC and Hamas Palestine, shut the fuck up and keep your nonsense agenda to yourself. We Iranians don't need your support. Let me repeat that again. He said, to all the non-Iranians who support the IRGC and Hamas and Palestine, shut the fuck up and keep your nonsense agenda to yourself. We Iranians don't need your support. So that just shows you that we don't be knowing what the fuck we be doing. We be watching TikTok, Instagram, and like MSNBC and be supporting the wrong side of the situation because of stupid political agenda. I guess the way how they have our media set up is you got most of our shit is pro-China, bought and paid by Chinese operatives and psyops, where we're starting to sound very communistic, where essentially you niggas would just open up the door to jihadism in America because you guys are siding with the IRGC. Motherfucker done slaughtered 32,000 people in one day, but all of a sudden we have an issue when it comes to situation where they say with Palestine. But what about Palestine? Well, nigga, you sided with a regime that done slaughtered 32,000. And I get it. We have an issue when it comes to scenarios of Israel, but these people seem like they say that, nigga, we don't care what it takes. At least they're saying openly and frankly, well, we don't care what it takes. If we got to take the United States, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia to click up, IDF to click up, take this situation out, they'll take it. Like we act like I said, we got spoiled American syndrome where we think we know. And Brother Dez, I rock with you, Dez, but I need you to, have you been to the Middle East? Because I've been to the Middle East several times when I was in Dubai. Brother Dez, have you been to, and that's a direct question. I ain't trying to attack you.
I've been to Dubai 3 times, family. I've been to Qatar once.
And you know damn well that those people live a different reality than we do. Even if we have an issue when it comes to Israel, man, these people let it be known that, nigga, we don't give a fuck.
But Sean, you over here saying about the 32,000, you know they over here constantly infiltrate their whole government, their whole system. They have a whole school in Israel.
They have a whole whistleblower. That's how we found out where the
kids to speak Farsi, just to go into their system, grow up in their system, and cause chaos.
Here we go.
Man,
I'm not making anything up, bro. It's in the actual news article that CBS ran about that.
Man, you don't even know what I was about to say, bro.
You know how the side works, fam. You acting like you don't know these things.
You don't even know what I was about to say, bro. See, we
go ahead,
you don't even know exactly what I was about to say, man. You don't know where I was going to go left or going to go right. When it comes to this situation here, I agree with go. So the niggas fight it out, and they're going to wind up fighting it out. The Kurds are going to get weapons. Saudis and IDF troops in Qatar and Kuwaiti, they're going to get their shit. Watch when American troops do not get involved outside of American airstrikes from the Air Force and whatever the Space Force is doing when it comes to the satellite. So when it comes to this shit, I give it 10 more days. So by the time of the 14th, we shall see. If you got 53% of your Navy then got handicapped, you can't be able to project strength at all. If your Air Force is collapsed with the Navy and your air defenses can't protect shit and you just shooting random ass missiles and bullets and having drones coming in, that shit can be stopped through the satellite. Like, the satellite is literally the international porch light. When you turn that damn motherfucking Starlink on, you can see everything that you need to see.
So what does it look like 10 days from now over there in Iran?
So
Sean,
10 days,
this is a different type of warfare.
It's all technical. No troops has been deployed yet. And motherfucker done decapitate 53% of the Navy. Usually that take troops to be able to do that. That take years to be able to take 50% of someone's Navy.
But you know that's not their strength, man. Like, this is a different type of warfare. They're going to be using drone technology and unconventional warfare.
They're already using drones, so I'm not saying that you're wrong. They already using that. That's not something that they just gonna roll out. They already rolled that bitch out. You know, like I said, man, when it comes to this situation, we shall see in the next 10 days. Next 10 days.
And the Iron Dome is a facade.
What's it gonna look like in 10 days?
Shit, I ain't even mentioned about the damn Iron Dome. We talking about a situation of B-2 stealth bombers and we coming in. They can't even track that on their radar.
You say
Shit, we talking about lasers.
And you know they have Chinese radars.
Well, I did want to say that somebody had put down there in the chat about those 6 CIA agents. I went and looked it up. That's an unverified evidence as of right now. So I think we might have to wait before we continue to spread propaganda. Because if you're going to call one thing propaganda, that's propaganda too. Because I'm looking it up, and I'm over on their side of the country and over here on our side of the country, and there's no verified evidence of that story. But I did look at your video, though. I do want to let you know that.
All right.
So Sean, it's over in 10 days. It's over. So what does it look like in 10 days?
Nah, it was Daz's video.
Oh, that was Daz? Oh, okay. Okay. It's supposed to look like in 10 days?
No, you said in 10 days, you give it 10 days. 2 weeks, and then you reduce it, give it 10 days, and it's going to be over with. And so what does it look like in 10 days when it's over?
So 10 days will actually make 2.5 weeks. So that's what's in the same range.
No, I just want to know what it look like.
90% of their Navy, 90% of their Navy crumbled, and the Hamas Strait reopened.
And then, okay, everything's back to honky dory. Everything's cool now.
Military support from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, all the Abraham Accord countries will all get more weapons. Why you think Lockheed Martin and Raytheon Tech? That's why I'm more or less looking at this shit. I'm minding my business, Ghost, but I'm gonna profit off this shit.
So Iran
This is a
throws up a
world-
white
this is a
flag.
world
That's what
news.
you're saying? Iran throws
This
up
is
a white
world
flag,
news.
and everything's done.
I mean,
Flag?
what is your point?
I'm trying to understand what
What is your
Sean's
point?
point is. I don't know what
He
he
already told
World
you. He
news,
done
I'm trying to
already
make money
told
off of
you.
it.
He told me
He
what?
already done told you.
Told
He
me-
already done told you.
I give you percentages of what I'm saying.
Summarize it for me,
Yeah,
Cheryl.
no, I'm not about to summarize shit for
Thank
you.
you, baby
We
girl.
can move on with the damn
We can move on.
conversation.
We can move on.
For real.
We can move on.
Because,
Yeah,
I
already
mean, Sean,
told
don't
you
give
what
them
it
no
is.
more stocks. Don't be telling them shit else because you've been up in this room saying it every fucking time. And the same motherfuckers question you and motherfucker interrogate you. If you don't believe me, you don't fucking believe the shit. Let that shit
Niggas gonna
ride.
miss out, that's all.
Just come back in 10 days and tell that nigga he was wrong. How about that?
No problem.
In
Like
10
I said,
days,
no
come back and
problem.
tell Sean he was wrong.
Yeah, man, that's all. But I'm gonna make some money even though I'm wrong. Like defense contractors gonna keep on getting the money. Like the budget gonna go from $1 trillion to $2 trillion next year. And that's something I can bet on. Cause they gotta give these niggas $100 and $150 billion in weapons when it comes to the situation of defeating the hypersonics and also dealing with the drone and giving them anti-jammer technology as well. So I know all the technology that China's giving them and Russia's giving them. So at this point, we're just kicking back, man. Oh, that's the only thing I'm gonna say, man, because we don't have to agree. We never agree. But like the Iranian dude, Shaddad Sanders. Shaddad said that nigga, if you gonna support these people, shut the fuck up, because you do not represent the Iranian people. Essentially, he said it in all words, like, please, dear God, stop it with your white liberalism and your fake morality shit, and just stay the fuck back. Because they pretty much hear the rhetoric. They hear the
Well,
rhetoric.
I don't have no fake morale shit.
No, not you. I'm talking. He's talking about the people that's the IRGC supporters. So he's sensing out people. And I ain't gonna call out no names, cause I actually rock with some of the people. But he's.
Yeah, because, I mean, for me, Deshaun, I get what you're saying, but I'm like this. Y'all need to take over your own shit, bum rush your own shit, and not waste American lives and American money for y'all shit. Because, like America, what are we benefiting off of this, Sean? Like, really, right now, what are we getting out of it other than people losing their family members to this shit, for them and their fantasy, because they want to live like Americans. If you want to live like America, come to America the right way. Stop trying to make us fight in your war so y'all can have the luxury of being an American. And I get it. It's a wonderful place. It looks very glamorous and mesmerizing. But, I mean, and then you got this whole religious thing that they got going on with a fucking temple and shit, man. Stop. It has to stop. This can't keep going.
What's the luxury of the United States come from?
I have to say this. Listen. I have to say this. I've been listening for hours, and just waiting the opportunity to actually speak. So, do y'all not find it quite interesting that because this war is happening, that Trump started or whatever the case may be in Iranian, do y'all not find it quite interesting that they come to us, meaning black, if you want to call it us black people or whatever, come to us. It don't matter what it may be. They always find a way to come to us. And supposedly the black people are the most the down person, or at the bottom of the totem pole. But one thing about it, and two things for sure, you cannot make that make sense when you trying to come to us in our space and trying to get an idea of how we think. Y'all still trying to gain what it is that we think. Use your own mind. You've been oppressing, you've been doing that and all these things like that. But one thing about it, black people, melanated people, we are great people. We are of the world. We are what makes it up, because if it was not for us, a lot of them wouldn't even come in here. I'm gonna land right there. I'm gonna tell you.
Hold up. Okay, great. Who the fuck is singing? Mr. Wilson, go ahead and go, and I'm gonna answer the question.
Go ahead, Michelle. I sing "We Are the World."
Oh, that was you. I'm like, what the fuck? But no, I'm gonna tell you why they keep coming and looking at us, because it's our energy, it's our spirit that they need, girl. They need our energy in order for everything to be okay. Because they are falsifying, self-manifesting a fucking false prophecy. And Erica, you okay? Talk.
Oh no!
Can I say something?
Flawless, and everyone, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you, guys. See you.
You're welcome.
Can I have a chance to speak?
Yeah, no, but y'all gonna wait till I get done, though, please. Ocean, I think that's you or somebody else wanted to speak, but that's why they keep coming to us. They want the fucking energy of us. They want our energy, our spirit. That's all it is, and that's all it ever be. Because they don't really like us as a people. They like what we can do for them. It's the energy, frequency. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Can I say something? Okay. I love the American people, and I love the United States. But let me tell you something. I've been living here all my life. I experienced a lot of things, and I learned a lot of things in the United States. But let me tell you something. You're always talking about we're not touching nobody. United States is in Kuwait. It's in Iraq. It's in Libya. It's in Africa. United States Army all over, overseas. See, that's the problem right there. But one thing that I want to say, as me, I'm African, okay? Why this war occurred? Can we ask ourselves that question? Why suddenly we just have to go fight with Iran? You don't realize that Donald Trump, when Epstein file came out, he gonna make this war to shift the media from Epstein file to that war, because he got something to do with Epstein file, with Jeffrey Epstein. That's what I think this war occurred. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. I don't know what your name is, the moderator. Thank you for letting me speak. First of all, I just wanted to let you guys know I'm an Iranian. I lived in America for 11 years. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm not Jewish. For whoever want to criticize what I'm going to say. So your question late. You have to go back to 1979. There are multiple reasons that if you genuinely think this war is about Epstein file, my brother, you need to go do some research. So everything started with 1979 Iranian Islamic Revolution that happened that year, and the very first sanctions that was imposed on Iran was the hostage crisis situation, where 52 Americans were hostage for 444 days. So years after, 1983, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut in Lebanon was bombed by IRGC. Tens of Americans died there. Then at the same year, U.S. Marine, it was some U.S. Marine station that it was bombed again by IRGC.
It was Beirut, 1982, 244 Marines.
No. There was two. One was embassy and one was the Marine. You're right, 242 Marines died. Okay, so the list goes on and on and on. So now when you talk about why U.S. is there, because they can, because U.S. is the most powerful country on earth. It's their kingdom. They do as they wish. Like throughout history, every other kingdom did. You got to live with the reality, my brother. That's the way. Hold on. That's the way it is. Every other kingdom did it. Every other kingdom, after U.S. going to do it, God forbid U.S. falls, because I absolutely believe in the United States of America, you have the best constitution in human history that protects everything. You might say, oh no, you're wrong, this and that, but here's the thing: Israel is an ally of U.S., right?
Yes, Lord.
They're being saying that to Israel in Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran, forcing its people to Israel, that to America for 47 years. All these are the U.S. finally. It's enough is enough. You cannot wait for a tyrannic, lunatic regime to enrich, nuclear weapon, to have nuclear weapon.
Let me tell you something, brother. You're not the power. You're not the power of the world, because the power of the world is God.
Okay,
not because you the power of this earth that you're gonna go burn everybody. You can't do that.
What the fuck was God last week when they dropped the goddamn bomb?
United States.
If you wait, hold on, bro. Let me ask a question.
But if you're the best power in the world,
if you wait 30 seconds,
do you want you let
Allah? Hey,
all right, guys, y'all chill out. Red, what you trying to ask him?
Listen, since you say that, and I heard a lot of people say this about it's all in God's hand. Listen, is God the one dropping them damn bombs, or where the fuck was he last week when they was dropping bombs? If he got the last say so. Yeah. So can I finish? So all of this, brother, control yourself, and then whatever.
Man, you've been talking for fucking 3 minutes, and then you still over here trying to tell somebody to control themselves. Land your damn plane.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry. So here's the thing. The main also thing is the radical Islamists are absolutely against the way that you live your life in the West. They're absolutely against it. It's not compatible with the way you guys live your life. So that's also one other danger. The situation between U.S. and China is part of it. The war between U.S. and China is part of it. All the oil from Venezuela and Iran, which is 20% of China's daily usage of oil, goes almost for free. So there is multiple reasons to look at it. There's a lot to say, but thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so basically he was just responding, Erica, to the guy that said it was all because of the Epstein files.
Well, it takes 5 minutes to respond.
That shit ain't make no type of sense.
Damn, bro,
it makes a lot of sense, because Bill Clinton,
trying to make Bill Clinton chess look like a chess master.
Y'all need to pass the mic around. We already know. Yeah, but we already know. You just told us.
I'm tired of listening to you saying niggas.
Can I tell you just the last thing?
No. And we gonna listen.
Bill
You
Clinton got
can
Monica
tell us the last thing in a minute, though.
Look, T-Move.
Somebody else gonna go.
Just give me this one.
Come back.
No, T-Move, we through.
You can tell us that one last thing.
I can't just give one this.
You and Helen Bobby need to chill out. No.
Understand that? Why y'all make people repeat?
See, because you don't want to know the truth.
You understand? You like my little 5-year-old granddaughter. Please, no. Go, Roman.
38, Erica. What the hell? Damn.
No, we tired of y'all saying niggas talk.
Hello.
Robin, Rumine or something, I think.
Go ahead, sir.
Can I make a point?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Please go ahead. Please. The reason behind this war is just Trump wants to hegemony over Middle East.
That was it?
Actually, he makes hegemony, supremacy over Middle East.
Hegemony?
Yeah. It means that he wants supremacy over.
He said they making macaroni in the Middle East.
No, he said hegemony wants supremacy in the Middle East.
Who is that?
Yeah. What did he say? Mac and cheese in the Middle East?
I thought he said they were baking macaroni in the Middle East.
Okay, y'all, I'm just trying to have a
Hold on for a second, okay? Listen, stop playing. Say it again, sir.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Actually, the Trump tries to make his supremacy over Middle East. That he uses Middle East itself for his hegemony. He used
Trump trying to maintain supremacy over the Middle East. Okay. I see.
There are several factors behind it. Actually, he also wants to counter China and Russia.
He want to conquer China and Russia. Who? Trump?
Yeah.
For what? They ain't got nothing we got. We don't want nothing they got.
Yeah.
Fighting China and Russia right now.
Well, why would we want China or Russia? For what?
Because China is growing better than America.
So we want it.
They love to say that, don't they, Erica? They love to say that.
I mean, so we want it because it's growing. Lord, y'all be having some crazy.
Growing more than China is.
But it's
China's
growing
growing more than
because
we
of
are.
the imported products into America. That's a great percentage of their economy.
But you got to understand
You
that
are
$500
just
billion
not understanding the point.
imports. No, amen. Like I said, when it comes to China, they're still trying to move that $500 billion in imports. They got blockade of an 80% tariff. So they're trying to move that shit to Europe, and Europe doesn't slap tariffs on them. So China have to deal with tariffs also with Russia, because Russia slapped a 55% to, hey nigga, the southeast part of Russia, that's our shit. China's saying, no, this is my shit. So they got to deal with that border scrimmage as well. Then you also have India. They are the whistleblower country where they fuck with Russia, but have issues with China when it comes to situations of intellectual property being stolen. Even though the Indians steal a lot of our intellectual property. Because did you know in India they got a rush hour 6? I did not know, Erica, we had a rush hour 6. They had their own cheap ass Jackie Chan.
Stop playing. They got a rush hour 6. That's crazy.
I am not lying.
Look at K-pop, like knock it off. Go ahead, Sean, you right.
But to finish my point, you have situations where, and I had to put some humor in so I could wake it up, but you have situations where other countries don't trust the other country, but needs to team up to deal with one big nigga, United States, or one big nigga, the West, Israel, UK, United States, etc., and try to form, I guess, East Voltron, not Punjabi Voltron. It's like the Justice League, where you got the Chinese in the top of the end, the Russians on the side end, you got the Indians and, BRICS trying to work out some kinks in the system. But I see it's a West versus East scenario. So when it comes to this shit, it's a Western civilization versus Eastern civilization. Go ahead, brother. You're not my brother, but go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir. Listen to me, bro. Are every American supporting Trump for this war?
What was that?
Are Americans supporting this war?
No. They want
America is
to be over.
America is fighting for Israel. Israel wants hegemony or supremacy over Middle East.
That's the government. The people don't want that shit. The government want that shit. The government is doing that. That's a difference between the people and the government. We don't want our money being spent.
But you are the people that elect Donald Trump again.
Listen to me, bro.
But nobody. Go ahead.
Nobody's encouraging.
It's because of Israel. They ain't finished.
Israel,
You keep
Israel is
saying,
just
bro, it's because our
Go on mute for a second. Go on mute.
brother. Israel is using Trump as a trump card. Do you know it?
You said what?
Oh yeah, I know it. Some of these brothers don't.
Oh no, listen, you can't. If you're gonna give a submission, sir, please just give the submission so we can move the mic around, sir.
You know, the plan is to Israel to take the Middle East over this Iranian.
From the river to the sea, the Greater Israel Project.
No, they're trying to take over Middle East piece by piece. Now they're gonna take a Lebanon.
Right.
So when they take.
Why are you screaming? Go back on mute, sir. The other the mic. Can you give it back to him and then he'll give it to you when he finished?
Bro,
You made a good point, no?
Yes, after the other one.
Then I want to say after the other two standings is done.
brother.
All right. Now go ahead and finish, sir, and just stop asking people questions. Tell us what you know so we can move on.
Okay.
God damn. I feel like I'm at work. I'm just trying to just get a simple conversation.
It's hard. It's hard being a pimp, Eric. It's hard.
Well, welcome to 7-Eleven. Thank you. Thank you.
What happened? He not gonna talk.
Thank you very much.
Bye again.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
y'all stop.
All right, go ahead, Ruth.
Please. Y'all is about to piss me off. I swear to fuck.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry
Happy
about
that you
it.
get happy.
Go ahead, Ruben.
Thank you.
Hello, guys.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Sir, please speak. But forever hold your peace.
You better stop talking to me like that, woman.
You're gonna go to, if you're not the person that's supposed to be speaking, you're gonna hit that goose so hard. Roman. Hey, that's okay, sir. All right, we'll get back to you in a minute, okay, sir? We're gonna take the.
Can I just make one quick point?
No, it was on the other one here, Amir.
It was on the other saying, nigga.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Hey, I'm not the other one, man. I'm from East Africa.
Amir.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got it.
He's part Sam.
All right, listen. The plan Israel is to take over Middle East, to trying to destroy the Iran power. That's the plan. You know, U.S. doesn't understand the problem. You know, this whole thing, Trump's doing it to cover absent file. He said that before. He said, do not release the file if you have to do a war. So,
Man, this nigga sound like CNN.
you know, I mean, that's what it is. And then Israel trying to make their play, you know? So anyway,
We don't understand national security. That's the problem.
Listen, the problem is Israel. So the problem is Israel. That fucking country is more than Florida trying to control us, putting us at war. I'm fucking paying a couple $6 diesel. It's fucked up, you know? So we need to stop supporting Israel so we can mind our own business. That's what we need to do. We have a lot of homeless struggling in the United States that need help. And we basically giving up all this money for war, for nothing, for just to support Israel. Taking over fucking Middle East. They want to take it piece by piece. Next thing you see, they're going to take the whole region.
Amir, where are you from?
He's from
East. I'm from East Africa. It don't matter where I'm from. I'm from East
Well,
Africa.
I ain't taking your tax money. Okay, thank you so much for your submission, sir. Go ahead to the
He lives in America.
So I would like to start by saying that the U.S. is, fighting the Zionist regime's war, the Israeli Zionist regime's war, which has been in the making for the past 30 years. So ever since Benjamin Netanyahu, who is the longest serving Prime Minister of Israel, ever since he came into the scene, he has been concocting, he has been making the grounds for this war, the attack against Iraq, and he predicted it. He testified in front of US Congress in 2002, and then US goes on to attack Iraq in 2003 by citing that allegations against Saddam Hussein's regime, and the same thing against Iran. So this war, whatever we are witnessing now, it has been in the making. It has been concocted by the Zionist regime of Israel for the past 30 years. And now that Benjamin Netanyahu has got a vulnerable, shallow, superficial president in Trump, someone whom he can manipulate, someone whom he can use as puppet. Now that he has got such a puppet president, now he is using him to wage his Zionist war against Iran, and this is bad news for us. So I'm just concerned that way. Thank you. So I will just conclude by saying, Israeli tail is wagging American dog. Yeah, thank you.
Can
I say something?
Oh, he said, what is somebody's dog?
Laughing American dog.
May I please say something?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I love y'all. I rock with y'all. Y'all stupid.
All right.
May I say
That was
something?
very productive. Yes, go ahead, sir.
So this is all conspiracy. You cannot have a conversation, like a rational conversation with these type of people. I just, a couple minutes ago, listed multiple reasons, and they're all, you can access the data. The data is out there. I didn't lie. I didn't pull it out of my ass. I just listed some reasons, and there are countless reasons, and this guy talked about Epstein file. Like, you cannot have a conversation with it. What are you? Democrat. I'm 100% sure liberal Democrat. If you ask them, here's the thing. Look, they hate Trump so much. Look, they hate Trump so much. If Trump saved a 1-year-old baby from 10 coyotes, they're gonna go ahead and say, "Oh, then the coyotes are starved." These people cannot have a conversation. You can have an idea. What you mean by these people, though?
Listen to me. Trump
That was a good one. What you mean by these people? Someone like Lake. When I said these people, I said, no, I don't talk about all Democrats or all liberals. I'm talking about like someone like Temil or someone like Lake. He said it's about Epstein file. And Trump is a puppet of Israel. What are you telling me? The number one military in the world, the number one economy in the world, which is also the number one consumer in the world, 30% subject.
So you saying people ain't eating babies and blackmailing people?
Oh my God, man.
That's not what he's saying. You guys' mental levels are like fucking zero. That's not what he's saying.
It is zero. But thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it. I will step in whenever you guys let me. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Yeah. That shit was, y'all, it's like.
I just want to say bye to everybody. Thanks for letting me talk. Thank you very much. And I appreciate US. I appreciate the United States Army. And all of you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Can I say something about Bill Clinton when he was the president?
Man, I almost thought somebody was finna start playing.
The simple of steam file.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's a simple of steam file. When Bill Clinton was the president of the United States, when he got caught with Monica Lewinsky, what he did, he bombed Sudan. That's my country. He bombed a factory that make medicine for malaria.
So you think they bombed your country because he got caught getting some head?
Exactly. No,
that shit ain't had nothing to do with y'all weak ass country.
That's how the president.
Nothing.
How this president turned.
But he still got peace. That's crazy.
Hit some country, so they can shift the media.
Listen, from what I feel, Sean.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Y'all niggas are stupid.
Where are you pressing him, brother?
Man, Ray.
Let's hear their perspective, man. Let's not. Yeah, you right. Y'all right. You right.
You're not gonna.
I'm gonna stop being a nigga. I apologize for my African American brother, man. Y'all tell us y'all experience.
Yes, it's okay. I respect the people in the United States. They're so generous. They're so good people. They're hard-working people here in the United States. I don't care what kind, white, black, foreigners, whatever. Everybody here works hard in the United States, and we respect everybody. the government are doing something wrong. You know, right now, go to Abstin file, go to what his name, the FBI guy named Cash. You know, he did a lot of wrong things. You know, this war, Trump make this war so he can shift the media from Abstin file and close it down to a different thing. That's the same thing that Bill Clinton did when he got caught with Monica Lewinsky. I'm just telling you, this war occurred because I'm still
Y'all, wait a minute, sir. It's not because
I want to go next.
Nobody is gonna forget about no fucking Epstein file because we forgot about the Podesta files, the Pizzagate, and all the other bullshit that they've been doing. Ain't nobody. This shit ain't about no file. It's about some greedy people trying to help some people over there that want a fucking regime change, and it's about the minerals and all the dumb shit that's over there, the oil, the gas, and triumphing and becoming the big dog motherfucking China. That shit ain't nobody forgetting about no goddamn Epstein files. Y'all want to forget about it because y'all got short term. Did we fix it? They're having investigations on it right now. They're getting it right now. They got people coming in, testifying and doing all that other shit, talking about what they're in the file for and all that shit. And what's crazy to me is, shit, if they all guilty, Trump need to do what he just did with this war shit. Skip past Congress, round them all up and lock their ass up. That's all. He might need to put himself in that bitch too.
And let me say this. Hold on, saying nigga. Hold on. So look, and let me say this, right? The American public, not for 1 minute, not for 1 second, ever gave a fuck about Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked. We never gave a fuck. We never even raised the eyebrow, right? Because from our understanding, if you the president, you deserve some motherfucking head. Whether it be from your wife or side motherfucker, it's a hard job, right? So the American people never batted an eye at that. We never gave a fuck that a nigga got some head on the job. Hold on, bro. Shut up, nigga. And for you to think, or anybody else to think that they started a war to deflect us from derail the whole situation, to deflect us from knowing that Bill Clinton cheated on his wife, we don't give a fuck about that. The American people never gave a fuck about that.
No.
If anything, we was mad at Hillary because she wanted to do her job. We was mad at Hillary for exposing it and telling his motherfucking business. Because I'm mad at his dick suck. Hillary, what you doing? We was mad at her for making a big deal about it.
Well, Hillary
better said something else. These guys are mad because they lost their sugar daddy.
Ocean, shut up right now. That's Black American talk right now. But Red, the funniest thing about it is motherfuckers didn't give a fuck about the head situation because he won re-election. I think people start looking at the situation after his presidency and start figuring out the other insidious shit that was going on. Like, if motherfuckers can't tell me what a Podesta file is, or can't tell me what Frazzle Drip and Pizzagate is, then you ain't really reading the files.
Even John Benet Ramsey.
You feel me, Red? Most of these niggas just look at headlines and they don't even read they don't even know none of the files. If motherfucker ain't spoon feeding them some information, they don't know what the fuck is going on. Motherfucker will look at you as, this some conspiracy shit. Even though that they wanted the file to be dropped, and when the files is dropped, the motherfucker realized that, damn, nigga, you was the biggest guinea pig of this whole national security element that we call the United States. Because COVID was considered national security. The vaccine was considered national security. Situation when it came to lockdowns, national security. Everything is national security, regardless who's in the White House. This is considered national security because they need access to the 150 billion barrels of oil. So yeah, when it comes to the Iranians will be happy with new regime change, cool. But after this situation, motherfucker got 500 billion barrels of oil. That shit can be refined in West Texas, can be refined in Louisiana, and also Savannah, Georgia ports, Red. So this shit is just a scenario where everything is just pretty much a side code, you know, because the co on one end is Israel, co on the other one is America, and they're playing the world's policeman. Essentially, they're both playing the world's policeman,
Saudi Arabia got hit, so Saudi Arabia's gonna get involved. And people need to understand, when you bomb Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, the two main motherfuckers that was helping you in the 2000s, nigga, that's like me, Snake, and Red had my back for 10 years.
But we always do that, though, because guess what? We did that to Stalin when he was our ally during World War II, and who we turned around with the war with for 30 years after that.
Of course, the United States. But the thing is, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, they was actually doing business with Iran in the 2000s, where now they say, nigga, you done bombed Dubai and shit, nigga, we need in on this. We want some of that action too, nigga. Now you fucking up our $1 trillion investment.
That's why all the double scheming and the backstabbing and the double crossing come in there.
Double crossing, backstabbing.
One day a nigga could be your ally, next week a nigga could be your enemy. That's how that shit works.
That's the craziest thing. If this is supposed to be a situation of like how black community is, we supposed to be boys and shit, and we're supposed to be like that. Where if we got an issue with the white man, we supposed to have it where we stand on the front.
But see, look, they still handling shit like they did in the medieval times, right? You have to get the support of lords who own land, who own countrysides, who own parts of the whole nation that you run. If you don't have the support or the allies of these motherfuckers, you can't take control. So that's what Trump is doing on a larger scale. It's like him being the king of one kingdom. But in order for him to overrule or overthrow these kingdoms, he have to have allies within these kingdoms to overthrow these people. See what I'm saying? It's the same way shit worked 5,000 years ago. When powerful families had to go up against other powerful families or take power, do this shit where they had to, you can't do this shit by yourself. Even the kings had to call on his lords to rally their men and their armies to be able to go support this nigga cause.
Yeah, the war's been against Islam, man. The 7 countries, they started cracking them down. It's been against Islam. That's why you can't see the play. Talking crazy, man.
But shit, this is trying to go to Turkey next.
That's my point. You want to make the analogy about the streets, then how you gonna be my boy and you gonna let the enemy of both of us post up in your shit pointing guns at me? But we talking about we tight, we boys. So miss me with that.
But Shia and Sunnis ain't tight. Shias and Sunni ain't tight.
Talking about Saudi Arabia don't need nonsense. He's talking about divide and conquer. He's talking about coming in the hood and division, creating division amongst the neighbors in the neighborhood. That's what that shit is.
But you ain't gonna bomb my assets and fuck up my money either, too.
Yeah, because you in bed with the fucking enemy, nigga. So what the fuck?
Can you
ain't my partner. You ain't my partner. You in bed. You got motherfuckers that posted up. You know, posted up in your fucking neighborhood. Don't give a shit about you.
Oh my God! So now the intellectual conversation that went out the door.
I just went from the street analogy to the deal.
I want Dez to talk to Dez.
Nah, I'm chilling.
So you guys don't give a fuck if somebody simply
I love it though.
outside.
I mean, I don't understand why y'all even still talking when I asked Dez to talk. Because y'all don't know how to have it. Go ahead, Dez.
Yes,
I'm sitting in the cut. I love it though. I love it.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Can I say something?
I have no problem.
Well, who else is that down there?
Can I say something if nobody has anything to say?
I'm gonna go out the Ocean. Go ahead.
Ocean, go ahead. Look, so Israel understand this for its survival. They need an ally, right, in the region. In that region, Iran is the only country that rejected Islam. Majority of its population rejected Islam, and is also one of the only countries that they're not Arabs. So that is the best opportunity for them. With Trump in office, and no other president would have done this, right? And also with Bibi Netanyahu, its time is almost over. So they understand this. But look at it realistically. Look, throughout history, there have been kingdoms, right? Before USSR, before United States destroyed USSR, now it's Russia. All the countries who were allied with USSR were fucked. So look at it now. China became a superpower. Look at the countries who bowed down to USA, and look at the countries who bowed down to Communism Party China. The countries who bowed down to USA, Japan, South Korea, Germany, Canada, Singapore, Australia, all these countries are doing good. Like generally speaking, they're doing good. They have a good life. But look at the countries they bow down to Communism Party. Vietnam, fucking North Korea, Cuba, all these countries, they're all fucked. Venezuela recently is, the communism is out of it, but Iran as well. Iran is related to Communism Party China. They are China's ally, not Western world or U.S. ally. But when you look at all these things, there's a pattern. They have a better life, better way of life. I'm talking about USA. So, it's just better to be on U.S. side and not think about fucking Smith and shit. Well, first of all, if someone commit a crime, it's proven in Western society, in civilization, the system correct itself. Like if you go back in history and with Christianity and everything, the system is correcting itself. Little. But in Islamic world over there, they're not correcting themselves. It's 1400 years ago, which in their holy book says, kill the non-believers wherever you can find them. Non-believers are who? Not Muslims. If they're Muslims, kill them wherever you find them. That's just the way it is, thing.
Your service nervous, Ocean. You need to fix your phone.
Wait, what is that?
Why they keep going back to this holy book?
Service.
Why they keep
It's a religious war. Always go back to that religion.
What you say? I can't even hear Erica. What you say, Erica?
No, I was telling Ocean his service was nervous. He need to fix his phone. That's when you get your pocket going in and out.
I don't disagree with that at all.
So I want to know why y'all keep going back to this religious. Who is that Ocean?
Because everything is about it. Like I explained to you, they're not compatible with the way you live your life. They don't stand. Western civilization is standing with what? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and all that, right? They don't. They say you're gonna either be Muslim or you die, or not. You're gonna be Muslim. Okay, you're not Muslim. You're gonna pay extra tax. It's a different type of tax that regular people pay called jizya. You're gonna go study about. I'm not Arab. I'm Iranian. Like I said, I live in the United States of America. Thank God. Whatever. But you're gonna go do some study about Muslim Brotherhood, Muslimin. You're gonna go do some research as what that is. They can fight with USA, so they're playing the long game. That's what they're doing. The long game is to endure, like in some long ass time, they come to this country, they make babies and they put their laws in the system, and once they can, strike and take it away from you. They're not compatible with the way you live your life. Believe me when I tell you, you don't believe me, fine. Go do your research. Do not sit here or watch IG and TikTok and listen to some of them fucking propagandas and be like, oh, they're so nice people. Look at freaking Mandani. Mandani whatever he changed, whatever he was saying, like 200 million times. Go look at every video and compare them.
Hey, look, let me say something real quick. So when you asked about why we keep saying it's a religious war, if you look at what Albert Pike said when he was like, we want to start or plunge the war into 3 world wars, they planned this shit 150 years ago. That it will be 1 billion Christians against 1 billion Muslims, and that in turns would cause the destruction of said known civilization. And these motherfuckers who orchestrated would be the ones in turn who would be the rulers after this said destruction. They planned this shit 150 years ago. Respect.
And so if it's supposed to be some type of prophecy, who came up with this prophecy?
It's not a prophecy, it's a plan.
Oh, so Albert Pike came up with it.
It's a plan.
It is a prophecy as well. The Gaza area is spoken of throughout the entire Bible, to be honest with you. It has been prophesied. But I wouldn't just blame this strictly on a religious preference. I mean, look at the reality of the situation. How you guys kept up with the foreign relations between these countries over the years? I mean, you're talking about 3 years ago, Israel just bombed and actually went boots on ground in Gaza and killed 40,000 Palestinians. They call it a genocide. This just happened in 23. Like, they've been hot. It's not no out the blue type of situation. Who remembers the fact that Israel has set up a proxy type of business where they was making like beepers and walkie-talkies, and they actually set it up for years and was installing bombs and killed over, like 6,000 people when they made all their pagers explode on the attack. And then the next day, the walkie-talkies exploded. Then they turned around, they killed the heads of every terrorist group, Hamas, Hezbollah, and then here comes Trump. He just say, fuck it, and take the whole head of the whole country, Iran. Just kill them. It's been a lot going on between those two. So regardless of the religious preference, it's a lot of bloodshed, and nobody's hands is clean in this.
By the way, it is important to note that the claim of Pike predicting 3 world wars is often stems from a letter he considered a hoax. It's not true. Albert Pike didn't do that.
No. Time out. So that letter that you're referring to as a hoax came out in 1871, and less than 10 years later, the sixth meeting of the Zionist Congress happened in Brussels in 1890 something, which actually went over the exact same thing that was supposedly in the letter from Albert Pike. You can look this up. This is what made it so that people realized that his letter was actually genuine. So even though they try to say that it was a hoax, why was the Zionist Council discussing the exact same thing in the 1890s that he wrote about in 1871?
Post your link about the Zionist council. Post the link.
Perfect. I will put that in the chat.
Because from what I'm seeing, it's that, like you said, y'all are saying it's some type of prophecy, but I'm feeling like, I'm seeing that this thing is self-engineered. Yeah, that's the word. It's engineered with fake identities, and I'm gonna tell you, the shit not gonna work. The shit gonna motherfucking fail. The shit ain't gonna work, and y'all ain't gonna succeed. Because even if you do feel like you won, y'all ain't gonna get shit up out of it. Because y'all let America fight for you. America ain't gonna let nobody be free. Y'all think this shit free? Ain't shit free. Ain't shit free. That's what my mama said. He spend, you owe. Motherfucker spend on you, you owe that ass.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to mute up after this. That was a good reference, the Pike reference. I even 2 more. It's Professor Hain. It starts like with a J. He's trending right now because he predicted that Trump would get elected, he would start a war with Iran, and his third prediction is that America would lose. Professor Hain, Jhang. And another reference I would say is those letters of Fatima they always talk about, and they lock the letters up in a vault or something. I'm just throwing out some clues. Y'all can do your own research.
Yeah, Fatima, yes. The letters of Fatima, they're not supposed to be unsealed until certain, I think it's like 2020 or 2030, some shit like that.
Brother King, can I get the name of the professor that you was mentioning, sir? It's gonna be God.
Yeah, Sean, watch him. He's pretty dope. I've been watching him for like 3 years. He's like popular.
I need to look at his credentials and figure out who is paying him.
Exactly.
I think he's a
Who's paying who?
Well, everybody's paid. Everybody, especially when it comes to if we don't understand that, if we're gonna say something about the files, Harvard, Ivy Leaguers, all have been paid with the IRGC. Hell, they was giving Iranians in the 70s access to the situation of the testing grounds. So that's how I know that situation. I want to analyze him. I want to figure out who's paying him first. Second, where his background. Third, I want to figure out who is the entity that is donating him, the NGOs, nonprofits, foundations, especially when it comes to scholarly, collegial things. I rock with my man King. I'm not attacking him. I just want to figure out who's paying. That's the only thing I want to know, because I want to figure out who they're affiliated with and what companies they're invested in. So this is literally a financial aspect. So what's his first and last name, sir? Because I agree with King. Nobody's hands is clean on it. That's definitely a fact.
Yeah, I think it's Professor. Anyone in the audience, anyone that know, but
it's Professor Hang or something. He just did the interview with Sneeko on YouTube. He's getting like really, really, really popular. But he made a post like 2 days ago. He said he interviewed.
Hold up, that's the video you played yesterday, Sean.
You said what?
That man that you were playing yesterday in the video yesterday morning.
Okay,
let me go to my YouTube. Yeah, let me go to my YouTube. Yeah, that's who I think they're talking about. He got like a black whiteboard or something.
Chinese man, he breaking shit down on a blackboard. Yeah.
Yes, that's him. That's him. That's the video you were looking at. We was looking at together yesterday, Sean.
Okay. Like I said, when it comes to that situation, now
we need to play part 10 of that.
Now I know exactly.
Did you watch part 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I know exactly where the slant is coming from. No problem. Like I said, when it comes to that situation, I just want to figure out what are the weapons being used on both sides, so I can be able to maximize what my next portfolio list for y'all is going to be. Like I said, I'm giving this 2 weeks. 2 weeks give me enough time to be able to figure out who got what defense contract globally. Because now, after even with this situation here, this almost guarantees that the world's GDP for defense is going to quadruple. You hear me? Space, satellites, anti-missile defense, lasers, anti-laser defense, hell, cybersecurity, especially cybersecurity for water systems. That was already mentioned in the memo when it comes to what they're going to attack or what they already have attacked first. So when it comes to this situation here, only thing we need to worry about is how the fuck is our paper going to stack after this? Because they're going to keep on money printing to keep the defense contractors happy. I'm telling you, that's literally the only thing we should be. If we're talking about war 24/7, we're talking about ideologies, who we don't like, who we cool with, who not cool with. That's on both sides of the argument. For the people that are pro-IRGC, the people that are quote-unquote pro-American. We need to figure out what the fuck is our pocketbook gonna actually gonna be like. Because inflation is gonna hit everybody to the point where, do you even have a set-aside budget plan for your family?
Diesel just went up $2, not 20 cents. Diesel just went up to $5 a gallon. It was just $3.14 last month.
So you in Illinois? Okay, well I'm in California.
I'm in Illinois, yeah.
California is going to be $8-9, and even with our 3 largest oil refineries, it'll be $8-9.
It might be 5 or 6 out here.
Well, that's why Trump and the naval guards is going to protect that 120 billion oil payload to get that bitch through. So you got to take out the Navy in order to make the sea lines go well. So that means the minesweepers. Please look at minesweeper stocks, defense, that category in defense, because minesweepers is needed when it comes to the South China Sea. So essentially, when it comes to this scenario, this is just the undercard. South China Sea will be the ultimate showdown. That means that's the fight for the semiconductors, and it's going to be one hell of a fight. I can't wait. Nigga, I'm like motherfucking Lance Briggs say, nigga, can't wait.
They say Russia getting the
Sean, if he's outmaneuvering them and hitting strategic things ahead of the meeting, if he's outmaneuvering them and hitting strategic things ahead of their meeting, what cards do they have for leverage?
They don't have no leveraging because 500 billion barrels of oil are already confiscated. That's literally 40% of their oil trip.
Right, so
but Sean, they're still letting oil go through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran just made it saying that, hey,
shut down.
No ships are going through except Chinese ships. Yeah, but
it shut the fuck down, though.
The point is that Putin and Trump are on the same page. China's the one that's not on the same page. If he's over China ahead of their meeting and China has no leverage, what should we expect from that meeting other than China?
Expect the guns to come out.
It's either guns come out or they bow down. Get down and lay down. If you lay down, you better stay down.
I think you got to see how gangsters gonna get you.
I think it's gonna be guns come out because it's a situation of nigga, you fucked up my biggest plug. Well, Trump said, well, yeah, I fucked up the biggest plug on the oil, two of the biggest plugs on Earth.
We just sued
And then if they shut, that's the thing. They already done shut down the horn. They already done shut that down. If they bring out the guns, what did that man say in that video yesterday? All they gotta do is hit their drought. Their dwindling water supply. Their water supply. They ain't got no water in the drought.
And I don't want war. Let me reframe this. I don't want war with China, but it's inevitable due to the fact that one, if we take 5 million barrels of your oil supply and $500 billion of imports that was still not moved and was stuck on limbo, where you had all the small, large manufacturers being crunched, where they didn't have the ability to be able to move or be able to have the logistics to put it in foreign trade zones. Yeah, it's going to be a situation of where they're going to have to figure out a way how to raise the money. Now, South China Sea is not going to be inexpensive for China, because mind you, Japan has the 5th largest economy. They're a big nigga too, because they bought $250 billion in defense weapons. That's why I told y'all 4 months ago to buy the damn stocks ahead of time.
And some of them did take that advice.
$200 billion in weapons. It's going to be another $100 billion probably for each other defense contractors that pulled up. Raytheon, Lockheed, and L3 Harris. So, like I said, man, defense budget's going to keep on doubling. And I just want people to just have a plan for their financial aspect. Because, it's good that we have these ideologies, we have these strong opinions, and people that's on the left, people that's on the right, people that don't give a fuck about politics, people that's in the market, not in the market, people that could care less. At the end of the damn day, if you have war, that means more trucks is needed, more oil is needed, more production is needed. We need more black men and women in freight brokering, if anything. We need more black men to organize this situation where they can actually get a damn DOD contract. Because it seems like we're all in the moment, and I get it. But this situation will pass. This shit will eventually wind up passing where, damn, you ask the brother, did you make money on that trade? Man, I don't make money on war. But nigga, you sold dope in the streets. Nigga, please. Fake morality. Nigga, you done sold guns.
Yo, nigga, wild.
But you don't make no money off war. Nigga. To finish my point is I just want people to figure out what is your plan. You see what American Israel doing. They essentially say, nigga, give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that, move this, take that, I need this, give me that. Everything's about rare earth minerals right now. And this all going to be a tokenization play, because they got to take the oil in order to tokenize assets. So, people need to look at SoFi and look at digital finance. People need to start looking at some stocks, some cryptos that actually formulate in this situation, and just keep on buying and holding. Or have a situation where you're setting up a business where you benefit from the linchpin, maybe an HVAC business, because all these damn data centers, they need cooling, they need water, they need cooling. When it comes to oil and gas, we need more oil trucking, brothers, salt water trucking. We got all these goddamn foreigners that has to now relinquish their damn CDLs because of their damn falsification documents. We need people to get ready. Because $18 trillion of manufacturing production is coming rolled in, and you know what that means. We're gearing up for war. We're gearing up for war. We're gearing up for war. Like at the end of the day, it's unlimited surplus of money that's going to come in. I don't want the black Americans to always have this fake morality that white liberals give us, because most of this shit come from white liberals. And I don't want us to miss out on a situation of, damn, the automation that came in, where we got automated drones, we got automated kill robots, we got automated everything, and the black community refused to invest in a damn future. That's my main problem with this shit. We all are very smart in this world. We don't have to agree with ideology, of course, but damn it, what is your plan? What is your plan? Everybody in the world is competing. You see the Iranians in the damn chat. Motherfuckers, Iranians is competing. You got Ocean. Ocean's Iranian. But he probably don't fuck with niggas in real life. He got probably a fat ass house because Iranians stick on code with each other every time I'm here in LA and I see Iranian business, a damn Armenian business. Everybody's making their moves. You know, regardless if you see this shit going into a hell in the handbasket, what the fuck is the play? Because it seems like when you go to Africa, you're going to get blown up by that drone. You go to the Middle East, you definitely going to get blown up with their drones. Where can Black America possibly go outside of America? Where could we? Especially if you fucking Black American. Nigga, we ain't East African. Them niggas already show you they don't fuck with you. The white West African Nigerians, they definitely show they ain't fucking with you. They think they're the smartest African niggas, smartest Black people on the planet. So what is the Black Americans? What is your plan? Because everybody done already delineated. Did you delineate yet?
That's that bullshit I'm talking. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit.
I use my mic. But, you know, like I said, I love all y'all, but every time shit gets thick and foggy, when shit gets thick and foggy, everybody stick to their group. Haitians stick with Haitians.
Hey, but he getting to the money, though.
You know, like I said, man, I that's the only thing I care about right now is what the brother's doing. I just want to figure out, because I don't have to agree with the brother, but I just want the brother to say, hey, man, I may not rock with stocks. Hey, man, I'm going to lay back. I'm going to save some cash. Need to do some investments. Well, I said, okay, brother, I respect your opinion. But big homie, we need to get something accelerated, bro. Start researching, like Method Man say, man, when you really have to go through times and shit gets really tough, you need to start writing. You need to start studying, you need to start writing. The best thing is to start writing. That's what Method Man said. The best thing is to start writing, to start crafting out what your play is. And start game planning. You know, this is all leadership. At the end of the day, this is all leadership and management. Because I think a lot of people letting the headlines get them crazy. They ain't got no plan.
Well, buy some Palantir because it's undervalued. And it's
Palantir is definitely undervalued. It's $140 a share.
Definitely a $1 trillion company. And within 2 years or no, it's $1 trillion company for sure.
Most definitely. Most definitely. We got to get to that money. Because money just don't stop changing hands because motherfucker gonna cry and hissy fit. The money don't stop changing hands. So, you know, and the funniest thing about it is when you have more defense spending, inflation rises up, hence people that sell out of the market, they got to deal with both the dollar weakening and they ain't got no equity in the market.
Does China realize that Russia is acting against their interests?
We said crisis.
Does China realize that Russia is acting against their interests?
Yes.
They're not moving like they realize it. They're not moving like they realize it, though. I understand that China has a philosophy of the king's mace, with the idea that they can wait and then take it out in one fell swoop. But right now, it looks like they're being outmaneuvered.
So that's what it looks like. You think at the end of the day, the United States and Russia clicked up and pushed China out? What do you think?
What I believe is that the world is not chess, it's Wei Qi. Wei Qi is a game of strategic encirclement. And strategic in the game of Wei Qi, the goal is to control the board. It's not about crossing the board from one side to the other. It's about controlling the board. If you ever listen to the old Trump philosophy, like when he was younger, he talked about partnering with Russia to divide the world. And when you're seeing what he's been doing, it looks like that's actually what he's implementing.
Well, he let Russians sell the Russian oil to the Indians.
I'm not talking about Indian. I'm not talking about Indian.
I'm talking. No, it's in the same alignment because he's literally withdrawn a lot of the damn sanctions that was in 2021, so they can sell oil free and clear to India. So I'm in agreement with you, brother.
Right. So that's what. No, but I'm just curious. Do you think that China? Because right now China looks like they look inept. But I'm wondering if you think that they're doing this deliberately. They're basically holding, and they're going to make a move, or do you think that they just got outplayed and they don't know what to do?
Well, I think Russia and China has a beef because of the situation of the Southeast area in Russia that they said that is Chinese land, but the Russians say, no, this is my land. So they already have a clash where Russia slapped a 55% tariff on the Chinese. That was last year.
Yep.
So
you're talking about the land that used to be considered part of the Empire of Mongolia.
Yes, they're saying that that's Mongolian land. Then the Mongolia got the click in connection, the setup already lined up. But Russia said, no, this is ours. And don't you think, are you saying Chinese Go, a game of Go, where the fewest pieces takes most of the land, most of the board? I thought y'all was talking about.
Right, it's not a Chinese game, but yeah, I'm talking about the game of Go. It's not a Chinese game.
Game of Go, Japanese Go.
Right. So the strategic encirclement to control the board. If you're looking at the way that Trump has been moving, it looks like he's playing Go. And now he's going into this meeting at the end of March with all the cards. China hasn't really done anything to put themselves in a position where they would have any type of leverage.
Well, that's because the Chinese are trying to do it by diplomacy. United States do it with gangsterism, thuggism, where this is Deboism, where nigga that shit don't work. Where you made a deal with the Panama Canal, can you defend it?
And you defend it.
You got goons you got some real goons and informants that can help you to take it. They do business deals with Jamaica. Nigga, Jamaica can be snatched up in a heartbeat. Same thing with the situation of Cuba. You do deals with Cuba.
Like right now we have a stranglehold on Cuba. We have a blockade on Cuba, a naval blockade, starving them out. China can't do shit about it.
They'll come back to the fold. And that's why I'm saying China does things differently, where you're doing it by diplomacy, where diplomacy don't work. United States, no matter who's in the White House, Republican or Democrat, because even Hillary Clinton has some gangsterism as well. And if Hillary was in office, that'd have been, because Hillary essentially is above the law. So, nigga, at least with Trump shit, where if Trump did and people don't like, at least he'll be called out for it. Hillary Clinton would have been called out for it. She would have just killed everybody and silenced everybody in the room, like she did her chef, and like how Obama did his chef. When Obama chef thinks he's gonna hold him accountable, no, Obama hold him accountable. So when it comes to that situation, at least when it comes to the scenario what we're seeing now, whenever Trump's move is going to be heavily criticized, no matter if it's a good move, a bad move, or indifferent move.
So it's safe to say, Sean, at the end of March, we're gonna find out what China has to put on the table. Because they're gonna be meeting. They're gonna be meeting at the end of March, and when they meet, if China has nothing, China's either gonna fold faster than a lawn chair, or they're gonna put up some type of a fight.
If they even meet.
They're scheduled to meet. I don't think China's gonna back out of the meeting.
They're gonna meet on March 31st.
No, I know they're scheduled to meet. I'm saying there's a possibility they won't even meet.
Well, if it don't meet, then that means guns is up. Then if there's not going to be at least the theater showing of a meetup, then that means guns is up. And that means if guns is up, and then that means we give $100 billion to South Korea, Japan, and also Australia when it comes to the naval aspect. And that means the South China Sea is whoever that can take it, whoever that can actually defend it, the best Navy win. Let the best Navy win, and that's where China's relying on Russian Navy.
And that's the part where I'm saying I don't know if China realizes that Russia is not acting in their best interest. I believe personally that Russia, Putin, is already in alignment with Trump. They already have agreements.
100%.
I believe they already have agreements. The thing is that Russia is like, yo, we can't publicly say that we're in agreement. We're gonna let you rock. Let's see what you're doing. Let's see how far you're able to get with it before this meeting. When they get to that meeting, I'm always thinking, Sean, of that meeting when you remember when Zelensky went to the White House and J.D. Vance and Trump yelled at him And he was like, Trump was like, you have no cards. You have no cards. He was talking about the leverage. This war in Ukraine is only being drawn out for a reason.
Well, it's being drawn out because when it comes to old boy, he's laundering most of the money. So he's more or less fattening up his pockets. He's fattening up his pockets and using it for the actual technology, R&D. How can you craft outside of the United States, giving you all this funding? You know, Zelensky's just pocketing it. You saw how a homie got that big ass yacht? Yeah. He got a yacht.
And he got $1 billion house.
Yeah. Man, everything looking pretty, nigga. He eating hors d'oeuvres. He eat hors d'oeuvres, nigga. Hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah, Putin got that real money. He just can't spend it and go nowhere with it.
He just can't spend it. He just can't
spend it, and he can't go nowhere.
He can't. Well, he goes to West African bloc from time to time. He go because you saw how he pulled up in Africa and all them damn African kids running alongside like. Why do y'all do that? Why y'all do that?
He was Muhammad Ali when he was running.
Why y'all do that when a Rolls Royce pull up, a bulletproof Rolls Royce pull up, and motherfucker just
not too much.
I ain't gonna knock it, but like I said, man, when it comes to the situation,
Africa, that's what they do, crisis. They be running around me.
Not too much on Africa, though. Not too much on Africa.
I don't think you're always worried about Africa. Leave that shit alone.
Well, Africa is a supply chain. The thing is, I'm not even hating.
We're not hating. We just stay what we see.
I'm not even hating on Africa. Because Africa is the supply chain of the
y'all be
country.
popping on that shit with your credit cards and your loans.
It is the supply chain.
So watch this. According to what? What y'all talking about? Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Let me ask a question. Are y'all talking about are y'all talking about minerals and like things in the ground?
We talking about minerals that's in the ground.
Okay. Because
nothing else. Nothing.
Right. Okay, I can agree with you on that because when it comes to food, no, America exports 70% of what the world eats today.
Correct. It's that.
No, we're talking about minerals and shit.
I know that's why I just clarified what you was talking about.
To finish the point, Red, that's what I meant about the supply chain of the world because you need a mineral to make AI to go to space. Nigga, Red, do you know that they're trying to make space ads where you walk outside and motherfucker can look at the next album ad, the next movie ad, Equalizer 5, Equalizer 6, can literally be outside. In order to get to that point, you need to get to the space element, control space, actually get the drone set up, actually have the 24/7 compute, which you need for the small nuclear reactors. So all this shit is pretty much a rare earth mineral play. Greenland should have taught y'all niggas that when he said he wanted Greenland, that was the main point.
But you know that once we reach nuclear, and I mean that when we reach the point to where what is powered, what we use is nuclear, then we would have reached that. I think they call that a 0.1 civilization or not even a 0.1 civilization. It's like the point before we reach like interstellar travel and all of this old type of shit is like nuclear reactor power is like the start of that because once we start to use nuclear reactor shit, the power by shit is like everlasting shit. You see what I'm saying? Like nuclear reactor shit can last forever. So, yeah.
Sorry, nuclear reactors are big as shit. That's why you need companies like Oklo and give me the other ones. Yeah, because you can't have a nuclear reactors are huge. They take a lot of power. They create a lot of waste. That's why they're trying to make smaller ones so that we can
I was just about to say that, Melissa. I can agree with you that they are big, but what has been the project for like the last 30 and 40 years is how they keep them smaller and still make them more efficient.
Of course. No, we have companies right now that are working on micro nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
And Red, a couple weeks ago, Melissa had read something that she came across where they were talking about data centers in Greenland. You know that Greenland, the population of Greenland is very small. The majority of that island
It's uninhabitable.
Yeah, uninhabitable. So it's like the idea of bringing data centers to Greenland makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. But you have to be able to defend it, like Sean is saying. Like ultimately saying.
That's why they're trying to put a military there.
Well, they already have military bases there, but we want to own it. We want to own it, so that way we can build out even more.
More infrastructure that benefits us.
Right. So, and I guess the real question then becomes, from a moral standpoint, we might think that this is a bad thing, right? But those of us who are American citizens, the team has already been chosen. So would you rather your team be in control, or do you want the other team to be in control?
I want us to be on top. I don't give a fuck what
Okay. And if that's the case, then that means that you're supporting all of these moves.
I do. Shit. I'm an American. I'm the type of nigga like shit. It's just like with y'all. If y'all niggas be on some bullshit, and I know like y'all niggas in the wrong, I'ma tell y'all when we get in the house. But while we outside, man, fuck it, I'm with y'all. But when we get back home, hey, bro, y'all nigga was on some real bullshit, bro. I got my ass hit in the face because y'all nigga couldn't let some shit go. Yeah, I'm telling when we get home. But while we outside, I'm with them.
I can respect that, Red, because that's exactly how it's supposed to be.
And that's how I feel about the shit with Trump. Like, I mean, I don't agree with everything that he doing. I mean, but hey, shit, if the shit that he doing is gonna benefit us in the long run, I mean, and I can benefit from it, just me or us or some of us or most of us, I mean, then hey, why be emotional about it? Just benefit, take what we can from it, leave the rest of that shit alone.
But the thing is, Red, people don't be understanding that these are power shifts. Like, you let your enemy get 90% of your oil access. Like how, essentially, what old boy did to China. Because 40% of that damn oil is now under the custody that can be resold and repackaged with a U.S. label and stamp. Rubber stamp to them.
Look, let me see. So look, Sean, this is how I look at this shit from a street element point of view, right? It's just like when a nigga got the plug and the nigga go behind his back to take the plug from him, and now this nigga who he was beefing with gotta come to him because now that he got the plug and he got the shit, he done lowered the price. So even if he get work, niggas still ain't gonna fuck with him because now I got better prices and I got more work.
Well,
so that's what that oil shit is. Like, nigga, I took your plug, nigga. So now, even when you get on your knees, nigga, you got to crawl to me. You got to come to me.
And Red,
I'm gonna tax the shit out of you.
That's a good analogy.
And that's $40 trillion of plug money, because 500 billion barrels, that would make $40 trillion. Nigga, that can clear the whole U.S. debt.
Wait, one thing though. China relies on the Middle East. They don't produce, like, even if we don't use the Middle East, we get less than, not even 10% of our oil from that region. We still have ourselves, United States, Canada, Venezuela, Nigeria, all of these connected, Mexico. And so with China itself, they rely on the Strait of Hormuz. I think it's upwards of 50% of their oil is coming from that region, right?
And that's what I'm saying. You take 40% of their shit, they don't got the leverage, because in order to wage war, we all starting to see right now, you got to have infinite amounts of oil, resource, direct. You can't have no ships running on no nuclear shit right now. We haven't even got to that point. It's going to take 36 months to 48 months for any country in the world to figure out how to get that component down. But right now, you got to get oil and gas to be able to burn that midnight oil. Midnight oil. You gotta burn that midnight oil. You gotta burn some of that oil. Oil money is great money. Why is that? That's because you have national security. When you have 500 billion barrels of access, you can be able to move and rotate that motherfucker however you want to move that, rotate that motherfucker. And like Red say, you done took over, now you the damn plug.
and you can control the terms and dictate the flow. Number one, defense and oil at the same time. You got the money and you got the guns and you got the oil. You can tokenize whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, China is in trouble right now because 60% of their daily oil goes through a Strait of Hormuz. They use about 16 million barrels a day, and they only have, I believe, 400 million barrels national reserve. So they're basically fucked.
Wait, one more thing that you guys won't hear from me for like 3 hours. I promise I won't talk. I know y'all be tired of me. But also, in what Sean was just mentioning, right? As far as like AI, you mentioned something yesterday about how like fossil fuels, they are going to be depleted in a certain amount of time. Like we just simply don't have as much fossil fuels to go around. And when I was looking at the numbers, Mr. said too, no, it's true.
Go ahead. I ain't saying
Why do y'all think that we're not going to use the fossil fuels? Coal, even natural gas, petroleum and oil, those things have a limit. Those are also substrates that are needed. How are you going to build out AI and all of the infrastructure for AI if you don't
we know how to make oil without using, we know how to generate fuel without necessarily using oil.
Yeah, but do we have machinery that can utilize that as a substrate?
The government does have mid, down, and upstream components.
Yeah, but it's not across the board though. We're transitioning.
Like I said, when it comes to this situation, you're not wrong. We got to transition to nuclear any fucking way so they can put data centers on the moon.
It's not just nuclear.
Space is so required right now because if you can't control the space waves, then you done automatically lost before you shot your first shot. Because that means they got access to infrared technology. They also have some shit where you can't even see the damn aircraft. That motherfucker is literally invisible. Only how you can detect that is by satellite.
China already got that technology.
Well, United States does as well. So they both.
Well, China keeps saying, but no one ever seen anything from China. It's all on the paper.
I seen.
Well, they've never been.
Listen. Do y'all ever watch? Do y'all ever watch these technology expos that these countries be having when they show off the technology that they have?
Yes, because that's defense money.
Do y'all ever watch these? Because I watch.
I do. That's how I know that China does.
That's how I be knowing what different countries got.
China does have it. United States have it as well. So it's essentially whoever they got the best satellite that control the space waves, no matter if it's Russian Sputnik, you remember Sputnik, where they have their own little airspace defense commands. No different how China has their own space air defense commands. And literally energy-directed weapons is going to be the next defense.
Okay, so look.
Wait a minute. Before you say that, there's one thing I want to say. You see how they stopped the airspace in Arizona? They said they used a laser. I said the United States gonna start weaponizing lasers. They're gonna be
We've been doing that
now. I had no idea. I said,
we've been doing
damn. Mm-hmm. They say fuck bullets. They got lasers.
Fuck bullets, nigga. You got a space dome, nigga.
And then they said that they gonna run out of bullets. I said, well, hell, they got lasers too.
Look, let me explain something to you, bro. We got a military ship. It's a it's a destroyer with a big ass laser on the front of it.
We're talking about the U.S. Lincoln.
Yeah. With a big ass, where the cannon supposed to be at, nigga, they got a laser. It's like a what they call that shit, a non-energy something projectile, some shit they call it, right? But it's a big ass laser, right? And that motherfucker can shit from hundreds of miles away, from in the. It can send sonic waves, all type of shit.
I'm telling you, man. So that's why I'm saying that defense contract next year is going to be $2 trillion. Nigga, they need another T up in that bitch. And that's why I'm getting y'all ready. So before it become 1.1 trillion to 2 trillion, you actually got the money because why? You done found out what the fuck you need to be at. I care about y'all.
We need to start opening up.
I really do care about y'all. So D-Line, I'm going to put that in your back channel, nigga. Brother D-Line. Yes, sir.
You need to open up some type of account so you can start trading this shit, buying this shit.
Big dog, you ain't got your own Schwab yet?
Niggas better start investing in
We better start investing in defense, guns. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon Technologies. They done pulled up to the White House last year.
Boots and shoestrings and anything that got to do with the military, nigga, invest.
Anything that got to do with the military. You got to understand the technology behind it, because this is more military tech than just weapons and guns that we all use and play with. But definitely, I'll give you the list. I'm writing this shit down.
You'll never lose with the military-industrial complex. You'll never lose.
You never lose, nigga, because the defense budget goes to
always
who in the White House.
Yep.
Regardless who goes in the White House, when they signed the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act,
all contractors is sitting there goddamn waiting, because they know whatever president in there, they gonna get the contract.
The National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, when that shit is signed, when they say, Mr. President, here you go, and he signs right off on it, that means these motherfuckers got their procurement money broken up. Where they get it over time, yes. But certain matters, they will actually front load more of the money. If they got $100 billion in defense, they got that $100 billion in defense. Shit, they got the $100 billion in cash liquid, all hundreds. Shit, they probably got $1,000 bank bills if we talking that. Where the president is William McKinley on that bitch, $1,000 bill. But yes, when it comes to that situation, they got the U.S. Lincoln. The U.S. Lincoln had to dodge 52 missiles, and they got the jammers on that damn boat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
they can make the missiles fall out the sky.
Missiles fall out the sky, baby. B-2 bombers, B-1 bombers, B-52s. So, yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. Whatever goes down in this situation, y'all just need to get some money. And you know, war means more trucks, more production. Y'all niggas that's in the Midwest, that's why I keep telling y'all niggas about Memphis. Y'all say, I can't do Memphis. But Memphis is a fucking logistical hub. Nigga, I wish I was in either that area, maybe not in Memphis City, but at least in the area, so I could get 10, 20 brothers with some trucks and twit cards and actually get on these damn defense bases and move DOD budget loads. Because you know they're getting paid $4 or $5 a mile on defense budget moves. Hell, FEMA money. The FEMA shit always makes something. Milton said they are.
I don't think it's $5 per mile though. It's definitely way more than other. Yeah, I don't think it's 5. I think it's about somewhere between 3 to 4.
Well, if it's around $4, that beats out the average motherfucker. $1.85.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm not arguing with that. 100%.
Slave Master Dean Park tokens. Essentially, he calling us. Man, y'all motherfuckers be hating on us, one where we make money regardless. When people say you don't make no money off of war, you don't make no money off of this. Bullshit, nigga. Anybody that's in trucking make money.
Who said you don't make money off of war?
But, nigga, that's how we got out of the goddamn depression. Was World War II, fool? Duh, nigga. All that production came on supply, ramped up, and produced. So, like I said, man, black men just get in position, dog. Just get in position. That's all. You ain't gotta fight no war, nigga. We just need to move the loads, move that shit from Memphis to all the way to Savannah Port, and you got all this shit for the Navy. Navy can go to Memphis to Norfolk, Virginia, the largest naval installation in the world. Make some more money. Y'all niggas need to start looking at some of these damn budgets and bills and shit. Every year, that the Department of Defense got they damn memo and their national security memo. Y'all motherfuckers need to look at it anyway. Look at it. Read that shit. Look it up. Like that sort of my yours said. Look that shit
Golden Dome is gonna add 20% to the.
Well, that's $175 billion. That's why Lockheed Martin is going to $2,000 a share.
20% more.
And any small stock that's affiliated with Lockheed Martin, that's something that y'all need to look at. Yes. Pay attention, because they about to use some of that $175 billion that they got from the government. They need some company that can be able to send the components in. Hence, you done made a killing off of just DOD money. And you don't even work for the Department of Defense. You don't even, you ain't no contract administrator. You don't gotta be none of that shit. You just need to study the budget. Study the budget and use ChatGPT to figure out, okay, this company getting in 13, like, red.
Mm-hmm.
This brother named Jonathan Jackson, he Atlanta, Georgia. You know, this nigga, he got to be the most powerful nigga in the country right now. Why is that? Tell me. Just guess. Well, I'm going to tell it for you. Jonathan Jackson got access to the White House, and his company got $13 billion in defense money last month. VStat got $13 billion of Department of Defense money. And why is that? That's because they got the components to help when it comes to the lasers. I'm telling you, man, America gonna pull out this bitch. I don't know if Iran gonna be able to pull out this bitch. I don't know if they're gonna be walking the next 2 weeks, but nigga, America's gonna be okay. You just gotta figure out where the money is at. That's all. Don't be like them niggas that sell all their portfolio when shit get thick and foggy. Nigga, you was supposed to buy more stock. The fuck you doing? Brother D-Lock, you need to get a damn account. Like, Milton gave me some stock plays too. I don't want to put Milton business out there, but he my favorite ballhead nigga, man. He always makes sure I get paid. He makes sure I get paid. Shout out to Brother Milton. He makes sure I get paid. Like I said, man, we got some smart people in the room. Y'all just need to listen to him. Milton be giving y'all game and gems all the fucking time. Yes, Palantir is a defense stock that helps when it comes to the satellite shit. So yes, Palantir is definitely one. Definitely one of them. B Money Shakur, come up on stage, bro. Come up on stage, man. Like I said, we argue and disagree, but ain't nobody talking about no money. That's the problem. Motherfucker talking about all this damn TV shit and ain't no money even being talked about, even though trillions of dollars is being moved around. Trillions of dollars being moved around, but Negro, he got better morals. He got bigger things. I got better things to do to make money off of what? Y'all niggas is sick. Y'all niggas is wrong. You niggas is wrong. Milton, you was wrong. Brother Milton, you was wrong to try to make some money off of this shit. You was wrong, nigga. You wrong. You wrong, Milton. D-Lock, you too, nigga. You trying to set up a checking account and a business account and a stock market account at the same time. You was wrong. You was wrong, nigga. Like I said, try to shame y'all. Red Ben try to tell y'all, nigga, this shit is just nothing but business. Nothing but business. And
ain't no use of getting emotional, getting mad. I figure, nigga, I would be mad because I ain't a part of this. I would be mad because a nigga did some shit and I wasn't a part of it. Like, I'd be mad at a nigga for going to rob some niggas and take some shit. And nigga, you didn't tell me, because now I can't get none and get a part of a percentage of it because I ain't know about it.
You can't get 40% of the cut.
Right. I'd be more mad about that than the nigga doing the shit. Like, nigga, I ain't getting nothing out of it. So, like, the fuck? And see, and that's what I'm saying. See, people ain't looking at it like that. People looking at it like, oh, you know, it's fucked up what we doing to them people. Man, listen, it's fucked up what they doing to us in our own country. What we fucking do? You know what I mean? So, if the shit gonna benefit us, then hey, I'm all for it. If it ain't gonna benefit us, man, I'm gonna stay the fuck out that shit and stay the I'm motherfucking dead.
But nigga, it can benefit you. Nigga.
That's what I'm saying.
If you in the market, and that's what niggas don't want to hear. See, that's the problem. Niggas don't want to hear how you can't make the money. And the funniest thing about it is everything is military. Nigga, the technology, the iPhone, everything is national security, bro. They don't understand that, nigga. Essentially, you make money. That's why when Malik gay ass come up on
everything we got, they have a military version,
and they got a military version of it. That's why when Malik gay ass say I'm against the Western homogeneity, nigga, your gay black ass gonna be in nowhere in Africa with that shit. Your gay black ass couldn't go to the damn certain parts of the world.
It was thugging.
You benefit from part of the creation.
Now, Erica, do you hear this closeted LA homosexual? Now, I've been in this room. I've been in this room, chilling in the audience, not saying nothing. And this closeted LA homosexual is trying to come with me that got no family, no kids, and coming for me, calling me a homosexual, sex playing me. Why are you sex playing me, bro? Why are you sex playing me, bro? Why are you sex playing me, homie? Why are you doing that?
Because
you're a weirdo.
Because you always
let me get in here and provide y'all with some advice. Peace to the room. You know, we have to start being a little bit more vigilant and careful on what we say, how we say it, and what type of language we use. Now, this is just advice. You do what you want to do. But when it comes to homosexuality, when it comes to a lot of these terminologies, y'all guys, go and read the new guidelines for Clubhouse. If someone wants to get rid of you or cause you problems on Clubhouse, they can sucker you into situations to where you'll come up and say, oh yeah, you gay, you homosexuality, you this, you that. And a lot of times we low-key threaten each other. All they have to do is push your profile and report you, right? Y'all haven't seen Ben in a while, right? Y'all know why? Bando is not here now. He got his profile taken from what I'm told. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not gonna tell you who did it, but they told me they did it. I haven't seen it. So y'all gotta be careful, man. What type of language you use. They're really big now on this LGBTQ, homosexuality thing, bag, all that stuff. And if you low-key threaten somebody, right, all they got to do is push your profile and report it. And that's what they have in now. Abusive language, they have threatening, they have all kind of stuff. Y'all play around with that for a little while. So you know how emotional we are. You know, when some of us get so emotional, we want to do things like that to punish you. It's my advice to you guys. You do what you want to do. If it comes to the integrity of the room, where your conversations, your back and forth may threaten the room, that's when we're going to step in. And we either remove you, move you down, or do something to protect the integrity and the space of the room. Now, me, I get a little wild too, but I think I'm a little careful on how I maneuver and approach my pushback. It's just something for you to consider. Carry on.
I don't understand why grown men want to sex play somebody. That's weird.
My apologies.
Eugene, that's weird.
Scenario, I'll just say that right off the top.
That's weird.
My apologies.
Eugene, you still there? He's gonna ask Eugene a question, but I was just gonna say that, yeah, I push back against imperialism because I'm in the tradition of my ancestor. I'm in the tradition of Frederick Douglass, Ida B. Wells. I'm always going to push back against Dr. King, right? I'm always going to push back against American imperialism because my ancestors did so, and my ancestors charged their descendants to do so. It is part of our identity and who we are as foundational Black American freedmen. So absolutely, I'm against American imperialism. I've never known, even Farrakhan. Farrakhan has often spoke against American imperialism. In fact, Farrakhan flew to Iran and stood up in Iran, in the nation of Iran, and called America out. In the nation of Iran, on Iranian television, Minister Farrakhan did that. So it is in the tradition of who we are, and Farrakhan is Caribbean, but he has definitely assimilated into Black American culture. And it is in the tradition that he speaks of the Black American tradition, to push back against American imperialism. You're damn right. Even as much as I have my criticism of Jesse Jackson at times spoke out against American imperialism because he understood it's in the tradition of his ancestors.
Okay. So back to you, Bob.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all a trip. Well, where we at? Where the fuck are we at? He was just saying he was going off the title, y'all. He don't support Donald Trump and his actions. That's all. Anybody else? Anybody want to go against that?
Yeah, we support him all day long.
Why would you do that? Huh? Why would you do that?
What would I do? What? Support Trump?
Yeah.
For countless reasons. I talked about some of the reasons earlier. For countless reasons. He is the greatest president this country ever had.
Hell yeah. He that nigga. He that wigger. I don't know why everybody blaming shit on Trump like we ain't been had these problems for the last 20 years.
I explained to you, dude. And when Obama deported 3.2 million people, nobody said shit.
Nobody said shit.
Nobody. You didn't see fucking celebrity like Selena Gomez hold the camera and be like, cry about this shit. You didn't see that. You didn't see it on the street. You didn't see like IRGC funded motherfuckers on the streets of New York fucking protesting against the government of this country on U.S. soil, waving fucking Hamas flag, which is the terrorist organization, on U.S. soil. You didn't see none of that bullshit. But because Trump is doing it, Obama, without approval, bombed Yemen and Syria and all that. Did he have approval? No, he didn't have approval. Anybody said anything back then? No, nobody said shit. Because the Democrats control the media. They have all the celebrities under their control. That's how it is.
So I don't know why people keep bringing him up. He's a war criminal. Who? He President Obama. He's a war criminal. So I'm not gonna charge just Trump. President Obama did unprecedented drone attacks on innocent civilians. So he's a war criminal too. I don't care about his skin color.
Okay, so the question is, so technically everyone is. When you get to that level of politics, everyone is. It doesn't matter which country you're from, right? So which one do you prefer? Do you prefer to live under communism? Go live there. Do you prefer that? Go do that. I prefer to live here, to be here, to pay my respect to this military over here, in the United States of America. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's reality. Every other kingdom did it. U.S. is going to do it. And every other kingdom after U.S., God forbid, they become to power, they're going to do it. So you got to just be all ordinary people. We're going to be okay because it's not going to change. It hasn't changed for thousands of years, and it's not going to change for the next thousands of years.
Respectfully, Ocean, again, I'm in the tradition of my ancestors, and we have always pushed back against American imperialism. That is not acceptable, just to say to go along, because it's always been around and that's how it's been. No.
What do you push back?
Reminds me of that song, the song that comes out and says, some things will never change. That's just the way it is.
Okay, how about before that, buddy? How about before that? How about before America? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about in the United States. I don't care what happened 10,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago. In the United States of America, in the tradition of my ancestors, I'm going to push back against American imperialism. It is part of who I am and part of my identity of my people. Thank you.
Fine, go ahead and do it. But you cannot break the law in order to do it. That's the thing.
Yes, you can. I have freedom of speech, freedom of assembly.
You didn't hear me. I said you cannot.
I prefer to break the law.
No. I didn't hear me. I said do not break the law in order to do it. Fine, freedom of speech.
Don't tell me what to do, nigga. If I want to break the law to do it, I'm gonna do it.
I'm not. I'm saying if you do, you're gonna face the consequences. That's the way.
Who cares? If we listen, sir, we broke the law when it came to sitting at the back of the bus. We sat at the front of the bus. We broke the law when we fought for our freedom and stood up for our freedom in this country. We broke the law. It was illegal for us to even read. We still broke the law and read. That is the nature of who we are as a people. We break the law to push the country into a better place. Push the country and be the consciousness of this country. We will break the law if the law is. I want you to hear this, Ocean. We will break the law if the law is unjust. Hey, that is the nature of who we are as a people.
100%. Everyone does it. Look what happened in Iran. Is the law over there, but people are basically breaking the law. But is the law...
Nigga, Jim Crow was the law at one point.
Yeah, but is the law okay to even be in place? No, you're 100% right. But what I'm
why
saying
would you
is...
say we gotta suffer the consequences if we break the law?
You will, though. You will. It's
but
reality.
The consequences are a non-factor.
Yeah, but
when it comes to justice,
are you gonna deal with the consequences?
Listen, listen, bro. Listen what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. When it comes to decisions like that, consequences is only losing your life. Because when it comes to shit like that, what's the worst that can happen other than you dying for the worst you believe in? Right. So anything above that, nigga, I can deal. As a matter of fact, I'm okay with dying for some shit that I believe in. You know why? Because it would be a righteous death. It wouldn't be a nigga dying in vain for some dumb shit. You understand that? That's how come when we fought and we fight for shit, the consequences are obsolete at that point because, again, if we put our life on the line, then if we lose our life in the process, it's a fucking fight well fought.
And I respect that.
Do you understand that?
And I respect that all day long. But again, think about this. This system is correcting itself year after year. Am I wrong or right? Can you please be honest? Compared to other systems in the world, am I right or wrong?
It's because Trump corrected it.
Exactly. But other systems around the world, they're not correcting themselves. You cannot do the type of shit you do in any other country as a non-American, as what the fuck ever you are, as any race you are, Chinese, Black, Middle Eastern, whatever you are, bro. That's the difference. That's a huge difference. So this system is correcting itself, allowing you to live a better life. Okay, maybe your ancestors didn't do it 200 years ago, but shit, guess what? You're doing it right now. And it's gonna get a lot better in time. Japanese went through after World War II in America. What Japanese are doing right now. They're one of the greatest economy on earth. They're one of the most respected people on earth. It's just the way it is. But does communism do that for you? No.
They don't respect America. They fear America. It's a difference.
Who does?
The world. They don't respect America. They fear.
No, I never said that. I said Japanese, brother. I said, look what they went through and look what they are now. Because they chose the path. The path was to become an ally and bow down to USA. Now, after years and years and decades, they saw the result. They live a good life. You can't take that. You can't deny that. They having a way better life compared to a lot of other countries on this planet. And that's the reality. That's what I'm saying. That is the reality. Like you said, if the law is fucking, it's wrong, it's bullshit, blah blah, you're gonna stand up against it, right? And the worst thing gonna happen to you, you're gonna die, and you're gonna be proud of it, right? If you get hurt or whatever. And I'm saying I respect it all day long. But which system works better? Which system allow you to do all of that in the first place? Which one? Over here.
Yeah, but again, this system is still fucked up.
Ain't no perfect human. I don't give a
damn how great it seems to other people. Even though we know our shit better than everybody else's, nigga, this shit is still fucked up.
Yeah, but nothing is perfect. But nothing is perfect, bro. Nothing. That's the thing. Nothing is perfect.
No, see, what you don't understand is that if this system didn't exist, then we would be running this motherfucker how we see fit. That's the difference. See, this government, this system don't have to be here. Because it wasn't here 250 years ago.
Yeah, but
this system didn't exist.
But you're saying if my aunt had a dick, it would be my uncle. You're saying if. The if is your other if.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
It was if USSR defeated America.
250 years ago, this system was not here, which means that at some point, the people who land this belong to will govern themselves, and this system will be gone. And then this shit that you talking about, right? How you saying, oh, well, this just how it is. Just, no, it don't have to. It's like this, but it ain't gotta be like this.
Okay, I agree with you, but you can't just. But there's some other system gonna be.
I'm not projecting no other system.
Hold on. If USSR, if this system would have been beaten by USSR, Soviet Union, now Soviet Union would be the superpower of the world. But how do you think it would have turned out to? What do you think, based on what you see? What do you?
Bro, the point that I'm making is because you're talking about the system and a different system in different places in different continents, right? What I'm telling you, even this American system was even adopted by the indigenous people. The government, the structured government itself was taken from, right, and re-engineered to be what it is today, but it was taken from the indigenous tribes of the Americas, right? And this is why I keep saying this system that has only been here for 250 years, right? It's just here now. This ain't the way shit has always been. The way that you're saying. It ain't always been like it is today. It ain't.
Yeah, I know. It became this. I understand that. It didn't start the way it is right now. I understand. Yes, 100%.
And it ain't always gonna be like this.
Yeah, it could get better, it could get worse. You're right. But it is what it is, right?
The land gonna go back to the people, and shit gonna go back to the way that it was. We're gonna be more technical advanced. But once the land go back to the motherfuckers they belong to, then shit'll be different for the people in the world. The world would benefit from black Americans or the indigenous Americans or the niggas in America getting the land back of America and doing what we supposed to do with it. The rest of the world would benefit from that. Everybody would benefit from that. That's what motherfuckers don't realize. Like, if we was in a better spot, like us as a nation of people, the world would be better. And that's hands down. Because if we good, what we gonna naturally do is make everything good for everybody else. That's just us. And I think that's what Trump trying to do. Get a land back to the motherfuckers it belong to, because he sees shit, he can benefit from that. If everything going like it's supposed to and shit running like it's supposed to, niggas can really benefit from that. You don't have to be in control of everything to make money or to make bank. See what I'm saying? You don't. But if everybody is working, everybody working with everybody, shit efficient, shit going like it's supposed to, trade going like it's supposed to, business being like it's supposed to, ain't no backstabbing, ain't no, man, everybody around this bitch gonna benefit. Well, everybody, from every color.
Well, Red, let's just look at it from this viewpoint. You got 12 motherfucking Gulf countries that are clicking up against Iran. They get rid of that, nigga, they got the whole fish board and Mo. Saudi Arabia essentially say, nigga, we gonna take over Iran. We're gonna be the kingpin.
That will never happen.
We're gonna take your shit.
Can't never say what'll happen.
Like, why ain't nobody respecting the Saudis' point of view of shit? Like,
Saudis ain't got no army.
No, I'm talking even about if they people are alignment with Iran more than they are with Saudi Arabia. Like, huh?
Cause it's just a bunch of rich pansies. They wear Pampers all day. They ain't about no smoke.
Shit. At least when it comes to that situation, they make sure that they send and make bread.
They buy your Lamborghini.
God damn it.
They got all that old toilet, but they ain't finna shake now.
Well, nigga, that's why they're gonna have to spend more money on defense. They should avoid how the Nigerians do it, where the Nigerians.
That's why they have to negotiate what do they do with the oil because of where they lack it. And the
Nigerians got a lot of oil too, but they don't negotiate it like how the Arabs and the Saudis do it.
Mm-hmm. Cause see, when you look at Saudi Arabia, really ain't got no leverage to protect shit. Like, how they gonna stop a nigga if a nigga just came in and be like, man, we gonna take this shit. Fuck y'all.
And you just across the street.
See what I'm saying? They can't stop it. So it's better to negotiate than to just have your shit bombed and they gonna take it anyway. See what I'm saying?
And they just take all the dices.
Yeah. That's why Saudi Arabia don't, you know what I mean? They don't raise their hand.
Well, shit, nigga, we just need to keep their money flowing. They about to spend $3.4 trillion over the next 10 years. Saudi, UAE, Qatar. That's why they gave Trump the jet. Essentially. That's where Red, all these events be happening. And niggas really don't be know what be happening in these damn speeches where Trump done went to the Middle East last year. They done gave him the royal gold carpet. And nobody don't even know what trade was even been done. That's crazy to me. But everybody had a fucking opinion about some damn jet, but nobody even know what the damn transaction was, Red. Nobody didn't pay attention to none of the damn transaction. That be pissed me off when it comes to how American news be portraying shit. Cause then motherfuckers say, well, they don't got enough weapons and money. Nigga, we gave them the weapons and money last year, nigga.
I'm playing Red Dead Redemption right now, robbing the bank. Hold on.
Nigga, I fuck with Red Dead Revolver, the first one.
Yeah, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm robbing the bank right now. So you start playing me, open it for. Kill this nigga. Miss Erica sleep in the middle of the day.
What happened?
Oh, need Missouri. Miss Erica, you really one ugly woman.
I see you ain't got nothing else better to do than play on the phone today, Mr. K.
This ain't no phone, it's an app.
Well, that too. Add the app on
Nigga,
the phone.
you on the phone, fool.
Shit.
Nigga might be over there smoking crack, Erica. I don't know.
I know, man. He do smoke crack. I saw him out the other day trying to get some rocks from the crack.
I was with your
what
mama when I did it.
I know. And she was like, I told you, Cab, to stop smoking that shit.
it must be the halftime. Ain't nobody talking about shit.
Yeah, one mic on that smoke detector. Fuck y'all. Won't fuck me. But yeah, one mic on that smoke detector. Yeah, somebody told y'all, nigga, I ain't putting no batteries in that bitch because I'm smoking right now.
I think they got a shadow band. I can't find this bitch in the hallways at all.
Dang, for real?
And I done left out and tried to come back like 3-4 times. That shit is not popping up in my hallway. I gotta search it.
Y'all done exposed them.
I think
that shit don't even come up when I search it though.
That's them small hats. That's them small hats.
That's
Y'all done messed
bad.
them down.
We be too real in this.
They got all these famous niggas in here. It's
Be saying all the right shit.
Hey, last night.
It's cause of me. It's cause I'm famous, y'all.
Last night, it was, man, look, I don't know if these people be real or if they're bots. I might have looked back at the phone. One time it said 85, right? I come back 5 minutes later, that motherfucker said 158. I said, man, what is going on? Then I look back up, it said 200. 2 minutes later.
They doing something, Jane. I'm telling you, they doing something with this app. Listen, I said the same thing. I was looking at the same thing. The numbers.
Motherfuckers been waking it up in here. That's what it is, and they definitely doing some shit behind the scenes. But the fact that you can't just see it in the hallway is pointing to something else as well.
I mean, but I can see it in the hallway. Like some people can see it and some people can't.
I can definitely see it. It's at the top of my album.
Yeah, mine's too.
Did you leave and try to come back, or are you just looking in the hallway while you're in here? Because I left, and when I tried to come back, it wasn't in the hallway. When I just came in and had to leave out again because I got a phone call, tried to come back, it wasn't in my hallway. I had to search 40 acres both times.
Well, sometimes it happens, so better thing to do is copy the link and have it somewhere. Just tap on it, boom, right?
Yeah, Erica, and the red ticket game has been crazy. I'm talking about, it was like 120 red tickets. I ain't seen no shit like that. I'm like, are these bots? Are these agents? What is this about these red tickets? It's like, and then you click on every other profile and they got 1 subscriber, 10 subscribers, at the most maybe 20 to 30. Like these profiles was just created in the last 24 to 48 hours.
James, you remember back in the early Clubhouse days, and they used to get on the stage and argue about bots in each other rooms and stuff? Ain't nothing new. They trying something again. I don't know.
Hey James, I'm peeping what you saying right now. I'm just clicking on profiles downstairs. Motherfuckers got 1 friend, 4 friends, 3 friends. Like, motherfucker, let me find out you just made this profile yesterday.
Exactly. My question is,
you do have new users, though. I mean, I just don't know if you got that many new ones.
And they all coming in here.
At the same time,
they all pile in here. I'm telling you, last night, me and Michelle was rocking about 4:35 in the morning. She sent me a message like, you see it's 177 people in here? I looked back at my phone, it said 210. I'm like, good God. Out of nowhere, it jumped right back down to about 110. Really weird.
I don't know. Did we ever come to a conclusion as far as like if this is good for Iranian people or not? Because I know we've been having Iranian people actually come and say they happy about it, but I know we was giving them pushback So did we ever come to a conclusion on that, or no?
It's about 50-50. I think I'm not hedging my bet either way, because I've seen some videos where it's thousands of them in the street cheering for the Ayatollah, calling for the death of Israel and the U.S. And then I've seen videos of people that, that they're happy about what's going on. One thing I'll point out, there's a lot of exiled families from Iran that are in the United States. And this goes back to that regime change back in, I believe it was 79, where we allowed some of them over here. You can see it even in the Afghanistan war. We allowed some of them to defect from the country, join our military, get at the front of the line of the visas. And if you look in 2026, a lot of those people that were a part of that program, they are pissed at the United States right now. Some of them got caught up with ICE. Some of them lost the benefits they had with the other presidents. And you didn't have to worry here in death to America from, Iran. Shit, it's people from Afghanistan who were screaming the same thing in April 2025. I remember, Erica, we played a video on cops stopped that gentleman from Afghanistan. He was going crazy. He's like, I blame Obama. I blame Trump. And if I would have known this, I would have just joined Al-Qaeda. I'm like, oh yeah. He's saying this.
Can y'all bring this nigga Fifi up before I meta slap the shit out of him?
It's gonna be one of them days. It's nice out. All the trolls is out today.
Or this Malik motherfucker person.
Hey, I don't think you're gonna be able to find I think it's gonna be a mix. In a country with 90-something million people, it's not gonna be all anything for anybody. I'm sure you got people there that hated the Ayatollah and some people there that love the Ayatollah, just like you got here. Something happened to Donald Trump, you gonna have a bunch of people that's gonna be happy and have a bunch of people that's gonna be upset.
I'm gonna burn this hoe to the ground.
That's a good point. That's a good point, I am. And that's why it's dangerous about the putting the troops on the ground, right? Because even if we got 30-40% of the country, maybe it's half and half, right? So just split that 96 million down the middle. You still got to deal with the other 40 million in the country that don't want you there. And what would they be willing to do to make sure your time there is definitely unpleasant? Plant IEDs around their homes, plant them on your route that they know that you'll be surveilling, or what is your detail. This is what they were doing in Afghanistan. They played the long game. They watched us, and they found a little weakness in our patrol route, so they would go there before we might be there in 2 hours. They'd be there 4 or 5 hours before then. And they would just cover the area in IEDs, make sure they made a whole mess of things. I wouldn't want to see that in Iran. That's a totally different beast. You don't want a bunch of people sent back to the country maimed. You don't want a bunch of bodies, and you don't want a bunch of people that don't got arms, don't got legs. And it almost seems like, I'll land on this, that with this new Neuralink thing that they're pushing, right? And it's a couple companies invested in a few different names of it. It almost seems like they need some test subjects for this hookup. You get you a Neuralink arm. Go get you a Neuralink leg. I lost it in the Iran or the Ukraine or wherever we're at in a proxy war. It's almost like it's giving them some clientele or some test subjects that they can test this shit on. It's really weird.
You guys, so the Shah, essentially what happened is in 1953, the United States, the CIA, and the British intelligence orchestrated a coup in Iran, which essentially was regime change. And they put the Shah in power. In 1953, the Shah came into power. And the reason why they toppled the previous government was because the president of Iran at that time had made the oil public, which took the oil power out of the hands of the British Empire, or Great Britain. And so Great Britain was mad about that, and so was the United States. So they both worked together to topple that government, do regime change, and bring in the Shah. The Shah came in, and they reigned in power, but then again, the Shah made the oil, it was privatized again at first, and then he turned around the Shah and made the oil public again, putting it back in the hands of the people. And the United States government wasn't happy about that. And then there was the revolution that happened in 1979. The new Islamic Republic came in, established themselves, and for a time it was public, and then private, but then they made it public again and became public enemy number one to the United States government, to the West. And that's when you had the elites kicked out of Iran. In 1979, they were kicked out, and they ran their asses to LA and took over Beverly Hills. Many of the Persian Jews, the Persian Iranian Jews, they moved into Beverly Hills. And then some of the Islamic people moved into Beverly Hills. Well, mostly the Jews, Persian Jews moved into Beverly Hills. I think they're the second largest ethnic group, or the largest ethnic group in the city of Beverly Hills now. But let me make it very clear. The Iranians are very anti-black, very racist, very bigoted. So yeah, they used to brag to me about how they once enslaved the black race. They took great honor in telling me that, educating me.
He told you that?
Yeah, brother. Oh yes. The Iranians, are very the Islamic and the Jewish Persians are very racist, bro. They are very racist.
I know they're racist.
Somebody bring this Peter character on stage, please.
They use, they delight in the history of at one time, according to them, enslaving the black race.
I've been saying directly to you. When I've been to Dubai, and it was a little bit of funny treatment, but I don't know the way I should say it towards you, like that direct.
No, when they get comfortable with you, you know what I'm saying? Then they'll divulge that shit. But yeah. Now all of them people are anti-black. Persians, Armenians, Turkish. All them people hate black Americans, bro. They look down on black people. They act cool with you because they like black American culture, right? They'll be cool with you. But behind closed doors, with their family, they shit on black people.
They like black American money. They don't give a fuck about our culture.
The youth, they like the music, hip hop, and all that.
Yeah.
They listen to it in their clubs and all that. They use the slang.
Yeah, you're right, bro. I was just gonna reply to James. He's telling the truth. The way how you know that the black culture is so influential when you get to travel. A lot of people don't travel, so they don't experience that. When you go outside of America and you see how much black people culture is such a huge influence on other people, it's crazy. I was in Colombia and we was, with the boys on some demon town, and we was chilling with these Hispanic, and they were like, we put on some Daddy Yankee music, and they were like, no, put on Cardi B, let's go. And I was shocked. I was like, wait, Cardi B? She was like, yeah, we don't listen to no Daddy Yankee. I was like, wow.
But you're only shocked by that if you don't understand like our culture.
We don't want to hear no Daddy Yankee.
Ain't nobody gonna be shocked by that. Like, we cool as fuck. Everybody know that. So
I hate that too when they assume that when they run into us, stereotypically, I'm a music lover, so I love all forms of music. So shit, really, there's a good chance, long as it ain't that old demonic ass rock music, y'all know that hard rock, that Ozzy Osbourne shit, that Kiss shit.
Off and shit.
Yeah, that when they was on them stage doing them sacrifices in front of all the white people, and then the white people was trying to figure out.
Shit.
Yeah, well then they was trying to figure out why their kids was committing suicide at such a high rate. And it was because they was sending them to these goddamn crazy ass rock concerts for pennies on the dollar. And they was initiating your kid into Satanism and you didn't even know it. See, this was the second part of the music industry came from white supremacy highlighting that they weren't getting enough.
They said it's called death metal. That's the perfect name for it, ain't it?
Hey, that's exactly what it's called in their community. And then what you gotta look behind in the heavy metal music, right, is the frequencies that they're using on their people. Because what they did was in reverse, they took that same frequency and they put it in the back tones of hip hop, gangster, and indigenous black music. See, that's what they did. Y'all remember that song, Party Like a Rock Star?
That motherfucker banger.
Do y'all remember that backdrop in Party Like a Rock Star? See, that's Marilyn Manson.
That was 06, James.
Listen, that's Marilyn Manson playing in that background, hitting that certain frequency. That's why that song hits so hard. Even in crunk music, Lil Jon, if you could hear I'm talking about that backdrop, that, it's got the violins, and then they throw that in there with that beat, that 808.
I never knew that was Marilyn Manson on that beat, though.
Party Like a Rock Star, yes. Now remember, they're able to hide Marilyn Manson because he was banned from ever being shown physically on TV in the mainstream again. You guys remember they blackballed Marilyn Manson.
Hey, James, you got Travis Scott too, and I think you're talking about organs. It's the organs in the background,
yes.
The frequency.
Yes,
and you listen to Travis Scott, all of his music has some organs in the background, and it sounds like a goth music. It's some shit that's behind their music, and you're right, it is a low frequency.
Now follow me. Remember your favorite horror movie or mainstream scary movie.
Had that same thing music.
When some shit's about to go wrong or it's getting to the climax of the movie where it's about to show you and take you down a few rabbit holes of what the movie is really about, you'll hear this music in the background. So while your sense of being scared, some call it in the adrenaline world, this is what is released in the brain when you're at that intent. So just imagine, now we see the frequencies can open you up. So now you got to ask yourself, what are they opening you up to?
Now,
what is it that they know about these frequencies and the spirits? See, these people that putting the movie and the video together, the artist, what I figured out is the artist doesn't really know what this video is going to be about. They're there to perform their part of the ritual, and they don't even know it. See, there's the physical part of the ritual. There's the spiritual part of the ritual. That's where they pick a certain site or location. In the past, you could probably check there and find out that there was probably some really low vibrational things that happened in the specific place that they're doing the video. These are a lot of satanic sites. These are a lot of sites where they knew specifically at this war date, when they took over the village, they grabbed 100 of the people, did a big blood sacrifice in the middle of the war and covered it up as war. Now this area is unholy land. They have marked it. And somebody might come along, now follow me. Somebody might come along and build a house or a neighborhood or a project at these particular sites. See, in war, when they're conquering, if you've got a group of people that's coming in with the esoteric knowledge and about the principalities and the balance, how this world works, you can be fooled by religions to believe that, in a sense, this is what they're practicing. Now, let me land on this. That what's happened with a lot of Muslims and Christians and Catholics, Israelites, Mormons, etc., is you'll see some of them will defect from what was their original dogma. Now, what you have to find out is the cases of why people have left these certain areas that have went extreme in these religions. I'm not talking about the balanced people. That's why I'm explaining why even the religious system it's very dangerous. Because what happens a lot is you get people to the left or the right of it, they go very extreme. And there is a principality and spirits that are behind that kind of mindset. Many people have failed leaning on their own understanding of what they're doing, instead of leaning on discernment in the Most High to let you know if what you're doing is in alignment with His covenant. On this planet, we have a system that is more aligned with the covenant of chaos. That is not aligned with the Most High. So any principalities or spirits that are above that government or system, all it would take is your cooperation to it for you to unknowingly be in alignment with it. This is how you can have a whole country of people inside of witchcraft and worshiping Satan through ritual practices on a daily basis that they're ignorant of. Ignorance is not bliss. I'll end.
You're cooking, James. You're cooking.
Talking about Marilyn Manson. I think it's Kanye West tells a story about how he
met Marilyn Manson for the first time, and they were vibing. And then I think Kanye West said when he was getting up to leave, Marilyn Manson gave him a red book, and on the book had black people. And when he got into home and he opened up the book had no words in it. Damn, that's some scary shit right there.
Listen, these people like Marilyn Manson, they have accepted their role in this. So they embraced it, even to a point. Now, get what I just said, by the extremism of it. He is a brilliant artist, brilliant with the instruments. He plays many. But he also plays inside of the dark occult, and he plays that like Michael Jordan would go to Vegas and gamble. Like, that's his thing. So much, he was so extreme that I believe Marilyn Manson cut out his own ribs so he could do fellatio on himself and let it be known to his followers. Listen, there's a reason why these people of that caliber inside of the dark occult world have been allowed to, even if they're not seen, his influence on the music industry is still, he's at the top of the food chain. Don't let them fool you about who they seem to shun. A lot of times it's to elevate them into the secret societies and the Freemasonry, Vatican ordered, state structured occult. They'll be shunned in the public, but behind the scenes in the gods they worship, this person will be the creme de la creme. I'll land on this. Remember, they even alleged years ago that Jim Carrey was the highest degree warlock living in Hollywood. Now, have you seen Jim Carrey on TV lately?
I seen him one time. He looked like a clone.
TV.
He don't look like himself anymore.
That wasn't him. That wasn't him. He admitted that him and this, what's the actor name? Alexis something? Let me go look at my post because I posted it. They showed the whole behind the scenes of him preparing to put on this mask. And I was talking about these type of masks once before in the room, and Jamal was like, no, it's too hot. They'll be too hot. It was that same type of mask Red be talking about. But they came out and admitted it, and the man admitted it, and Jim Carrey admitted that they played the fuck out of y'all.
I think Jim Carrey really changed after he hit the big mini movies back when Arsenio Hall. That's when he started coming out saying he started saying, talking a language you all don't know what's out there. He said it's a whole new world. I kind of wish I didn't come this route. And then he kind of faded away. And now he's coming back. Now he looks different.
But he came back for the Grinch. But then he came back after that for the Grinch.
Okay. But I mean, he's changed since he acknowledged it. He sees it. He didn't want to be a part of it. I guess it was
Jim Carrey disappeared in 2019 around the same time that this fake ass version of Joe Biden popped up.
Okay.
Whoa, so what are you saying?
Until last week. Yeah, until last week, because he came out and said that was, I'm looking for this post, y'all. He came out and said who that was.
I saw that. My point to it is where is the live interview from the real Jim Carrey? Not a Twitter post, not him sending a message and they share it as if this is Jim Carrey that said it. Look, sometimes they'll do these things
to see if the people, by a bigger majority, are able to see that there is something wrong. I don't think they wanted to come out and even address this. I think they thought, just like in the past, when people were really asleep by the biggest number, the majority, they could have ran this Jim Carrey past a certain time and people would have never known anything. But when you have so many examples of these people changing, especially from the eyes, you know, the eyes are the windows to the soul. So it's usually the easiest way to detect that that person might be a double, could be replaced, could be a synthetic, might be mass technology that they're testing. A lot of it, like I said, it's done on the public, and they will use their own initiated ones inside of the process. So, you know, it doesn't surprise me. They could, listen, if you're worth that kind of money and that kind of influence in the kind of world we live in, if the corporations haven't made all their money off of you and you go rogue, sometimes they're not just gonna go with, it's okay that you die, you might have passed away. If they've got you chipped in your DNA and they've got a double of you, maybe a triple, and they're in control of it, how easy would it be for them to take your consciousness, put it inside of one of these things?
Because look, James, when they put niggas consciousness on CDs 20, 30 years ago, literally.
Come on, y'all. What are y'all talking about, man?
What you mean?
Nigga,
Okay.
they can't upload their
I like that,
consciousness to
Red. Go
something.
ahead, Red. Yeah, that's very true, though.
They've been putting memories in niggas' consciousness on CDs, right? I've seen cases where rich people, right? Because these are motherfuckers that can afford it. They put their family memories on CDs to where they can watch them, right? You can watch your consciousness.
That's called a movie. What do you mean?
No, it's not. No, it's not a movie. This is the technology that they have. That some shit where they can amplify like how your neural cells and all that shit works, and all, like how they can watch your, you know how they can put that shit on your brain. They can scan your thoughts and the way your neural shit fires up and put that shit on the screen and show you exactly what the fuck you thinking.
Yeah, that sounds like some shit out of Black Mirror.
They can't tell you what you're thinking based on.
All right. No, I said they can show you what you're thinking.
Well, how was Palantir about to do it? No, hold on, but how was Palantir about to do it? Because Palantir got this technology where they could predict you about to commit a crime. The deal came out.
And what movie was that?
Minority Report.
Right.
Now, hold up, Red. In the chat, I just put that link to that video. His name was Alexis Stone. It's on his Instagram or his TikTok, where that Jim Carrey that we all seen, that we knew that wasn't Jim Carrey because that was his ass. And he came out and admitted it, that it was him. And they showed the behind the scenes process of him putting the shit on. So when you said it, so when you said that shit weeks ago, Red, remember you was in here arguing with
I was like, niggas is winning.
It's gonna be hot. Right. He got on a fucking suit that had him look like almost, because the shit was a sorry ass fucking looking like.
When it was like niggas out here wearing Joe Biden suit, and I said, how y'all niggas know that? Because y'all, remember when I was like, niggas go to work every day. But I know Joe Biden been dead since 2018 from the firing squad Guantanamo Bay. Right? They got his death certificate thing on the little shit. Listen, we don't give a damn about what you niggas subscribe to, because again, you niggas get up and go to work every day. Y'all don't know nothing of what goes on outside of the world that you focus on. So for you to say, other people say, man, that shit ain't going on in the world, how the fuck do you know when you get up and you only focus on the shit that you focus on every day? Don't pay attention to worldly events like other people like myself do.
Oh, I do pay attention
So well, you can't then.
I do pay attention to worldly events. Joe Biden is alive, man.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, bro. And if you believe that, that's fine with me.
Hold on,
I'm not gonna argue with you.
If Joe Biden is alive, then what the fuck was Jeffrey Epstein talking about in his email?
In his email.
Come on, man. What the fuck was Jeffrey Epstein talking about?
Did y'all also see the video where they're saying Hillary Clinton is dead too?
She been dead.
Right.
She been dead since 2018.
Hey, Red, remember when she was on TV? I believe was she the Secretary of State at the time? Remember when she was getting on and off them jets and she was falling all the way down the steps?
Yeah, she fell in the fucking SUV.
She fell like 4 or 5 times, had
just like Biden used to do.
That was her transition. Biden used to fall down them steps.
Fall off the stage.
Yes.
Didn't know where the fuck he was walking to, where he was going.
Right, like their first time walking down steps.
Like it's their first time just learning how to do this shit.
Now this is what's crazy, is what you just said about Guantanamo Bay and the firing squad. This is the same thing that was alleged to happen to Putin over a decade ago. See,
just like I said, the real Donald Trump died in '89 in that plane crash with his wife.
Hey, listen, this is, what's crazy about the UFO files that's gonna be released here eventually is that it's spoken about in these circles about replacements and what these particular confederations of these beings, the kind of technology that they traded to mankind for being able to experiment and dissect
technology.
Exactly.
In the 40s.
So we're getting this shit from somewhere. We're getting this. Man's not developing this kind of technology. They're being assisted. And I think what's happening is this is how it's able to infiltrate the whole system. So by the time man is ready as a whole to expose it, it'll be damn near too late, because their plan in controlling this information was discredit them, throw them in a mental institution, throw them on all kind of medicine. You got 150 to 200 scientists missing. What do they know? Where were they working?
But look, James.
Real quick, Red. Let me just, because I want both of y'all to look at that link I just posted. When he said Guantanamo Bay, like that's Hillary, and you can see them trying to put her in a car, and it's like she don't want to go. I think they said that's the last real Hillary.
Yeah, last real picture of her.
Yeah, that video is crazy as hell.
They don't get to pick,
because listen,
when their time is up.
That actually when she was being arrested and when she didn't want to go.
I read
in 2018.
Yeah, but I read this is around the same time.
Hey James,
they had the pictures.
Let me ask you this, James.
I'm about to pass it right to you. This is the same time that they were getting the pictures in of Barack Obama with the ankle monitor.
I was just about to, James, listen, I swear to God, you just read my fucking mind, James. I was just about to ask you, James. Now, do you remember when everybody had on the fucking ankle bracelet and couldn't leave the country? And not just Obama.
Yeah.
Nigga, the Clintons, nigga, George Clooney, Tom Hanks, the Batista brothers. Listen, when I mentioned that 152 person indictments that had every fucking body in that motherfucker, from a politician to a military goddamn executive to celebrities, nigga, Trump put indictments. People forgot about that.
And the Obama's
And all of their ass was on house arrest.
Obama is in the Epstein files. Like this, I guess this new drop. I'm not sure. I haven't read it, but it's popping up on the internet. I'm gonna post that link too.
Man, listen, they got pictures. I've been saying this before the Epstein files when him and George Clooney. First the little Chinese girl was in the White House with Obama, right? The little Asian little girl, right? She taking picture with him. He was kissing on her. It was like a little happy little picture. Then you see this same little Asian girl on a boat with George Clooney and Obama, and you see George Clooney zipping his pants up, and the little Asian girl's face is all beat up and shit. In the same picture, they on a boat somewhere.
Wow.
And then they found that same little Asian girl somewhere dead, left.
That's exactly what was described with the snuff film. See, you'll be thinking these is regular situations. They didn't got these people participating whether they knew it or not, because somebody was recording it. Mm-hmm. Somebody took pictures of it. Somebody's got the footage.
So blackmail by default.
Now you're
blackmail being watched.
And to double down on the blackmail, we're going to send this video to the dark web and sell it to our satanic ass friends. So even if you kill us, we're going to let them know to release this video. If you don't hear from me no more, you get it? And we got this guy and that black book over on the table with those names in it. Yeah, that's everybody around the world that we got inside of us. When the program feels you're getting too woke, because I can imagine that even the real Hillary Clinton, the real Putin, the real Biden, they were made to believe that they're like gods. They don't go to the same schools that you go to. They don't frequent the same places yours do. They live out of the parameters inside of a hierarchy that is controlled by non-human beings. So we don't get too far off. But that hierarchy, it chooses who to erase and who to replace. And they'll do it right in front of you. They're right in front of you.
Hey, James, have you watched the TV show called Westworld?
Yeah, that's my shit.
Yeah. So
yes, I have.
The last 2 seasons of Westworld is talking about the AI that's integrated into the Internet of Things and how everybody was attached to it. And you see, like in the last season, how they released everybody's information so that everybody was able to see all of the information of the people that they were connected to. You know what I mean? Like, this is basically what we're living in now. That Internet of Things. And you're seeing, like, for example, you think that a person like Steve Jobs didn't have access to life extension technology? He obviously had access to it. If he ended up dying the way he died, it's because he didn't agree with something that they wanted him to do. So they denied him the access to be able to extend his life.
But y'all know artificial intelligence ain't new.
No, absolutely not.
This is ancient things. Look, artificial intelligence read, when you go and read like the Emerald tablets, those actually talks about AI in the Emerald tablets. Now, whether we want to believe that the tablets are real or not, in the Emerald tablets, he talks about AI and how AI was something that they wanted to do first, and they opted not to do it because it had the potential to outpace them. So they understood the dangers of using AI. So then, instead of doing AI, they chose to modify hominids, which is what became human.
Y'all was just now talking about consciousness. Let me, people dying, and that's not really them. Who's that? One of those Migos that was shot at the bowling alley. What's his name? Takeoff. Takeoff, right? So I watched this media, and her name is Sloan Bella, and she was gonna take off and said that on his way out, he seen them. He's on the other side of the country, but he could see them in the spirit realm. And the girl that was giving him CPR or whatever, pretty much protected him. Like her presence, her energy being there, protected him from getting his energy siphoned. He said that they were there to take his craft, to take his talent. And he compared it to the, yeah, I don't know, well, if y'all got kids, you know what I'm talking about. It's a movie that's called Trolls. It's a little cartoon movie called Trolls. All the kids love it. All the music in it. The last one was about boy band groups, right? And evil twins, they would literally kidnap you, and they'll extract your essence and put it in like something else and hold on to it, and they can put it in something else or somebody else, and they can use it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
so
the same shit they doing. Yeah.
So,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So look, so they put it in a lot of movies. So in Harry Potter, they call it a small crux or some shit. Like you put your memories, your whole soul into something, and then you can put it in another human, or put it in an animal, or put it in whatever you want to put it in, so that you can live through forever. They had the same notion on Lord of the Rings, where Morgoth put a portion of his soul into something so that he could live through the ages, and then at some point he could incarnate into a human. All of these notions have been put in like through history, through different civilizations and teachings, and they put this shit in the movies. It's a movie called Transcendent, where they talking about the same shit. An old nigga putting his consciousness in a new nigga, in a young nigga body.
Johnny Depp?
Yeah, I think that's I think Johnny Depp is the one where the old nigga put his memory into a young nigga body, and he paying the young, cause the old nigga is a rich billionaire.
Oh no!
It sounds like that movie Chucky. That sounds like that movie Chucky. Remember that dog? They was trying to put himself in other people.
So
he did the spell over them.
Who needs the bodies? Because I just pulled something, and I think I put it in our chat, Michelle, with the reptilians that are underground that are making them do this and need the and different stuff like that, and it's really weird. So while they taking the conscious, is the reptilians taking the bodies? Like what is
exactly? Because what would
check the video out. I'm gonna post that one too.
What would they need? They would need a host. This is what you guys are describing now. Now you got to go back to Nazi Germany, and who was the occult group that was in power? And this was the Thule Society.
It was the Knights of the Vril Society too.
Exactly. They worked hand in hand. Now, who is the Vril Society? This is who a man that is alleged to be a second generation clone. His name is Donald Marshall. See, there's been the Donald Marshall tapes have been out there for years. This is what got B.O.B., who is even said to be from the bloodline of these 13 families and hierarchy. He actually did an interview about a decade ago, maybe a little longer, with Donald Marshall, and confirming the cloning labs, how you're able to be transferred there through being chipped in your REM sleep. See, they come in this is where people, they mistake their dreams for a non-reality. This is a look a lot of times into the fourth, the fifth, and some higher dimensions. This is why your dreams don't make sense. This is why some people end up inside of the first thought in their head is, take me to Antarctica and they can go. Take me to Area 51 and they can go. These are the ones that the military looks for inside of projects like the Gateway Project, which trends to the Stargate Project. These will be the mindsets. And I don't know what they've identified exactly, but there's definitely different hierarchies of these non-human beings and their ability to use our bodies as hosts. This is what's been passed from kingdom to kingdom. If it was successful or if it failed, you could always see them there. These specific 13 bloodlines. And I don't believe any of them at the top are human beings.
So James King, if you look in the chat, I just posted a video. It's about reanimation. It's a video from like the 1940s or 50s or some shit like that, where they were able to reanimate a dog head without the body. So they've been doing this for a very long time. It's not anything new. We can only assume that if they were doing it back then, they're way ahead of the curve now. So it's one of those things where if you wanted to create prophecy, manifest, or manufactured is a better word. If you wanted to create prophecy manufactured, and you've been studying these different types of sciences, it'll be easier for you to convince the world to follow whatever or whoever it is that you're trying to put in front of them once you've mastered some of these sciences. Because then that person will look like as if they are superhuman, supernatural. We all know voice to brain technology. There was a whole video about 18 years ago that was on the internet where there was a billboard that when people would walk by the billboard, they would hear something in their head. That was that voice to brain technology that they were testing.
Voice to skull. Yep,
voice
to skull technology.
They were testing it way back then. If you remember, the dude who did the first World Trade Center bombing, the one person, Ramsey something, that they eventually arrested, he went to jail at ADX as a Muslim, and then he eventually said that God came to him one night. He wasn't cracking at first, and then he said God came and spoke to him and told him that he needed to confess that everything that he did was wrong. And then now he's a whole different person, because he claimed God came to him one night and told him that he needed to work with the government. Like, this shit has been going on for a minute. There's actually, for those of you who are in the DC area, y'all will remember the dude who did the shooting at the Naval Yard. This is like about, I want to say like 8 or 9 years ago.
I remember what you're talking about. Yep.
When he did that shooting at the Naval Yard, he etched on his rifle, "This is my ELF," because he was already complaining to the VA that he attacked via ELF and was trying to tell people that they had him in a program, and nobody believed him.
Hey, wow. And that's how it goes too, man. There are many stories just like that about people that are coming out of certain infrastructures, right, of this military industrial complex, or you could just be a regular citizen that has access to a nice amount of followers, influence, and a little bit of money. And listen, you will be put in this program too. They'll have people driving past your house, using certain tools, which I feel like these things are probably a part of these programs from these non-human beings who they're getting this stuff from. because they can go past people's houses and sit there and play with their brains, literally give them illusions. It'll use the things you believe in to come to you. That this is what is in the notes of a lot of this declassified stuff. That they were not only
they can even make you admit to crimes you never committed.
Exactly.
To the dudes from the first world trade center.
That's a fact.
Make your ass say, "Yep, I did that whole time."
I want to give y'all the man's name that I know was a part of this program. That's why they made him the fall guy and executed him so fast. And that was Timothy McVeigh. That was the guy that was in the military who our military said that it had no dealings with him, that he had been discharged and he hadn't been in the military for over a decade. And then there were videotape surfaces of this guy in some form of a program, obviously that was being ran in the shadows, where he was in a tank and somebody.
He wasn't the one though. It was Nichols. Nichols was the one. Nichols was the one that actually tried to blow the lid off of the fact that McVeigh and him. He said that both of them were a part of the program.
And he said it was another two guys that were involved more than they were in the whole setting up and the process. And they never found those.
The dude with the fitted cap. And they had a drawing of him, but nobody ever saw that dude.
Now, these are the guys that are going to be, listen, I don't know if they are a part of this hierarchy, but somewhere along the line in these really satanic rituals that they do, and then they use buildings and times and dates to fulfill the sacrifice. But somewhere on ground zero, when they're getting this plan together, there are individuals that are overseeing this process that are not like the people that it's controlling to do. That's why they're always in the shadows. You can find them there, and then it's the same thing every time. They're gone. You forget about their names, or trying to figure out who are these three shadow guys who, they want to just erase, and then they want to give us the fall guy. And you get to see later on why McVeigh was the fall guy. He was just like the guy in the JFK shooting. Like, they didn't find out they were getting used until they were getting handcuffed. And very good chance they could have been mind controlled to be exactly where they were, doing what they were. The one that killed Kennedy's brother, what is his name? Suri Sirhan, or what? Y'all know his name. He even speaks about Suri, exactly. He even still to this day speaks about not knowing what happened between that space of time where he last could remember and then the end of the Kennedy's.
It's called Buru Denga. So if y'all get a chance, look, I'm about to put it in the chat. It's called Buru Denga. So Buru Denga, they also call it devil's breath. They could either blow it in your face like a powder, or they make you ingest it. But when you take it, you literally don't remember anything for a certain amount of time, depending on how much you take. And you're subject to be, or susceptible to any suggestion at that point. It's the way hold on, I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Hey, Crisis, and that's how they got a lot of that. I watched a couple-hour documentary on this, right? How these really wealthy men, ball players, governors, judges, lawyers, etc., they were susceptible to this, and they were warning people that came out of the country. I forgot what country it was, where there were whole gangs that this was the tactic they used. some of these people were being led for 48, 72 hours on this drug, on and off. And they would go empty their life savings, transfer over everything to shell accounts. No, I'm serious, man.
I know you're on point.
They would use these beautiful women to lure you in, and then she blows something in your face. And after that, I mean, listen, now let's go higher level on this. Let's say they do that to you, and they wanted you that day to carry out a mission for them. Okay? You're going to be in a crowded ballroom area type of setting. How long would you think it would take them, once they got you under this drug, to take you to a deep underground facility or a certain level of the hospital that the average person doesn't know anything about, and for them to get a chip in you, upload, sniper level uploads or military high level weapons training for a 30-minute window of a crisis or a mass shooting that they want. This is where
you have no idea that you did it. You have no recollection whatsoever.
Exactly.
Look, this is the world we live in. Reality is scarier than fiction. When you know that these type of drugs actually exist, that shit's crazy. And when you start to look at history, you realize some of this shit that we saw, that we were told certain stories about, and when the person would come out and say that they didn't do it, they were innocent, they don't remember doing any of it, maybe they were telling the truth. They don't remember doing it.
Hey, I think the same way on that level of thinking crisis. Yes, that.
Isn't that considered like the Manchurian candidate?
Similar, except that the only difference is that Guru Denga has a shorter I'm gonna call it half-life, meaning like the duration that it stays in your system is not that long. But if they learn how to weaponize it, maybe they learn how to stretch the effects of it longer. Who knows? But when I came across this drug, I was blown. I'm blown. I didn't know that there was people in what we call third world countries who were using that to literally extort millionaires. Like what James King was saying, they would get the pretty woman. The pretty woman sees that millionaire at the bar. They're talking, blah blah blah. She blows into his face. He doesn't even realize. Next thing he knows, his entire savings and trust has been signed over to somebody else.
Wow.
In a Swiss bank account under some shell corporations that never existed, and by the time you figure it out, they done siphoned all the money out, and these people are gone. So, yeah, this is the kind of biological warfare that I believe that,
I got to give you a new phrase, James King. I don't call it biological warfare anymore. I call it diabolical warfare.
Exactly.
That's on a level that means you don't give a fuck about the person.
Oh no, and listen, this is what's crazy is after it's done, right? It's already overstood that the person they're using inside of as a test subject, they're already a casualty of war as soon as they start the operation. So they will even, what I've got from a lot of these mass shooters and some serial killers, when they get caught, not all, because some of them have this, I don't know, where they want to talk about it and want recognition from it, but I believe that's just the parasite that is inside of it. Most of these things are not natural that we see happen. I talked about it, and I land on this, I think it was yesterday, about that shooting that happened up east about 2 years ago, where the guy shot up the bowling alley, and then he runs like a mile or two to a pool hall, does the same thing, gets away from the local police, state police, sheriff's department, some helicopters, FBI agents, everything. This guy is essentially what was being described is, in my mind, was like, so they're testing super soldiers on the public.
I'll say Dr. Benji on that, James. They've been using the NBA athletes and stuff to test their, you know.
You know what the movie called Weapons? Y'all remember when people were posting those videos where they were running like Naruto, where their hands were like behind them and they're running?
Who was running like that?
It was a movie. It was based off of a movie called Weapons. In the movie Weapons, the old lady was doing some of it where she was siphoning energy. She was siphoning energy from its right. But in there, all she needed was some of your hair, and then she'd be able to put a spell on you and basically control you, right? When you see movies like that, the movies make it look a certain way. A lot of those stories, though, like before I started finding out about these type of drugs, I used to hear the stories from my grandmother when I was a kid about how people were able to do that type of shit. And then when you find out that they actually have drugs siphoned from plants that can actually do that to people, that shit puts a whole different spin on the reality.
In I think the Bible, somebody tell me if I'm wrong, how you will always hear the statement, I'm sure we heard the statement outside of the Bible, saying to know thyself. I think that's part of our tool to help protect ourselves is to know thyself. And once you live a life of integrity and truth, it's easy for you to know yourself, because even being drunk, all these tools that they use against us cannot have power over you, because you are so much in truth with yourself. There are things that you just would not do. So a theory, I don't know if anybody agree with it, sounds right. I would just share that, it seems like we always feel like we're helpless, but we have our own tools, which is our body. We just
yes, ma'am.
Make use of it.
Miss Nita, my grandmother made it a point to tell us, her grandchildren, to never give power to the old world magic. Because as long as we didn't give power to it, it wouldn't have effect on us, similar to what you just said. She would tell us the stories, but she would always emphasize that she didn't want us to give it any power.
Just good stuff to share with people who need that small information that helps them stay on their path and go forward.
I agree. And I appreciate that she even interjected with that, because that is important. That's very important. You know what I mean? It's like that movie, The Skeleton Key. Once you start to believe, it becomes real. What a wonderful time to be alive. We living through all this wild shit. Things that we thought was science fiction, turning out to be science fact.
You remember this movie? You remember this movie from back in the day called Barbarella? remember Barbarella? How fucking accurate is that shit lining up with today?
Right. Yo, I'm telling you. The shit.
Flawless was going to say she wants to be in the new Black Barbarella.
Flawless. That shit fucks me up because of the fact that, again, I used to hear these type of stories from my grandmother. So to see that some of this shit panning out, and when we was kids, my older siblings would be like, oh, that's grandma, she's just telling you stories, blah, blah, blah. Come to find out, these are based off of real shit. And finding out that it's based off of real shit, it puts you in a different mind space. Because now we realize what we're really up against. I've heard the brother Pedro mention earlier in this room in different, at a different date, where he talked about the power of this land and the people who try to take the power of this land by doing certain rituals, because the power is in the land, and the ritual is what's allowing them to get the power from the land. The land itself is what has the power, not necessarily the ritual, but the land itself. Knowing what ritual to do on the land is what gives you access to that power. It doesn't matter whether or not you're from the land. It's knowing what ritual to do on the land.
That's why it's easy for them to go over there and do that fucking ritual and think that shit gonna work. But that shit not gonna work.
Yeah, but what do you do about, say, global or grand workings that, so like at World War II or whatever big war confrontation, when they're using like mystics and wizards that are trying to help the forces, those seem to have an effect on everyone, even though you may not believe or you may not be complicit or anti-complicit to the actual spells.
Hold on, say that again, Ellen. Say that again.
I'm just saying that it seems that you can't totally be unaffected by spells, because if you had a mystic or wizard, which they had, right, for World War II and stuff, at least on paper, doing spells or workings that were affecting the outcomes of wars and conflicts, engagements, then that would have an effect on everybody, right, as far as fate goes.
I agree with you on that, and this is what I'm about to say is my own personal belief. My own personal belief is that some things are true regardless of whether or not we agree with it or believe in it. I think that there's certain things that can be done whether we believe in it or not. And I think that certain people have learned these things of the world and how to tap into the energy of the world to be able to achieve certain outcomes that they want. And I also believe that we do ourselves a disservice when we dismiss what people who we believe are in control, what they believe. We have to understand what they believe, because what they believe is what they're using to control the world.
Yeah, so I think that mushroom work is like.
I was going to say that because remember we were talking about Ellie and John D. Remember we were talking about them and how they had that scrying mirror, and the scrying mirror they had came from Mexico. And that's when he started the necromancy to the mirror once he got the damn black mirror. And then it goes on to say that the kings and queens used them during that time, used their talents during that time to help predict the wars and conflicts and shit like that.
Right, scrying.
So now remember, in the movie 300, right? Before Unitas was allowed, and he was the king, before he was allowed to declare war, it was a tradition mixed in, masked in mythology, that the king had to go climb a hill, and at the top were these hybrids. and they were dealing with, I believe they called them, the women were the oracles. They would give their body over.
Yeah, the oracles.
Yes, they would give their body over to the spirits in order to find out what was the direction or if they were allowed to go to war or not. So the reason why he didn't get the backing of his nation's military was because he went to war outside of their parameters.
Outside of the Crimea.
Yes, there is a hierarchy that is said to be over every nation, every country. And the tentacles lead down into these specific 13 bloodlines.
James, there's a gentleman by the name of Simeon Toku. If y'all look up who Simeon Toku is and look up his story, Simeon Toku, this was a person that they believed was not able to be killed.
That's the real Black Jesus.
When Simeon Toku left, before he left, he said, I'm leaving, but in the future, there's going to be more like me, and you're not going to be able to stop us.
Damn. So here's the thing, James, those oracles that they be putting in these movies, they be making the women look all ugly and shit. But those women were really the Sibyls from back in the day. Those were prophets. Those were oracles that people revered back in the day. And that's that shit really irks my nerve, because them women, the way, if you go look at the old pictures of them, because they're black, but Michelangelo painted them white, which is, not uncommon. I think we kind of get the picture now what they do. But, they put them in all of these movies because everybody used these women for their powers. But when it was time for them to flip the doctrine, they took the prophecies that those oracles were giving out and put it in the book. And everybody, that's why everybody was able to believe that shit, because the oracles had said it.
Another place for the scrying is hydromancy. And that's basically, instead of the obsidian mirrors, they use water, right? This was from Africa, Egypt. Yeah. So, you guys into...
Deprivation tank. I'm actually about to go do that this week coming up.
Oh, you about to go do it?
It's a pod. The place has a pod, and it's filled with salt water, and you get inside, and they close you up in it for an hour. And they say it's the best sleep that you could ever get. So I want to try it.
So just about to get this one out. I know that's dope, right? But I just want to put this right in there. Remember that movie Minority Report? Remember they used to, they were in the water, right?
Yeah, remember, did y'all watch Stranger Things when every time they put her in the water or in a dark place, see where she went?
Right.
But y'all didn't watch Stranger Things?
And Stranger Things, and what LF was saying, the Stranger Things part that you were mentioning, Flawless, if I told you that these were stories that I heard as a kid from my grandmother, when she would talk about the shit from the village, I would hear about this way back when. And then fast forward to when I became an adult, I would see this shit in movies. And I always wondered to myself, as a kid, I'm like, obviously I was over with hearing the stories from my grandmother, but as an adult, those same stories become movies. It started to fuck my head up, because it made me realize that she might have been onto something. You know what I mean? These stories may not have just been stories. This may have been history that she was actually passing down.
Right. I believe that. That's a thing.
My grandmother, she was in Louisiana, right? And she would be praying to God and kind of Christian-like. But then my cousin said that he walked in on her one time when she was in the back room, and she had all those like Santeria looking or voodoo kind of stuff. So it was like really fluid, right? Like to have sort of like some of the Cristo and some of the Oshun all mixed together out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would mix it together to hide it because they weren't supposed to be dealing with their own shit. So they used that Catholic and all that stuff to hide what they were really doing on the background.
And Soki said something in the chat that is so true. If you can think it, it's possible.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference the water as a conductor thing, because you can talk straight through water, like you can communicate through water.
All of that, like, so that if you can think it, it's possible. But the thing is that we're detached from that because we don't believe that anymore. We might say it, but we don't believe it. The older generations, they believed it, and because they believed it, they were able to manifest it.
Great.
Water, blood, and light are essentially the same thing, you know, and they all contain different frequencies of life and, you know, the conversion, right? As you live and also what we say. Not what we say in terms of like just communication, but what we say in terms of how we communicate to the world around us. It's all connected through those three mediums.
Damn, LF, I ain't gonna front. In this particular moment, I wish my grandmother was still alive. I have so many questions that I want to be able to ask her now from the things that she told me when I was a kid that I wish I could get more elaboration on. Like, it's amazing.
Do you have any conception of her?
I don't. Unfortunately, I don't. And she didn't speak English, and she didn't speak French. She only spoke the native language, which was Fang. And I understood Fang, so I could understand her. But it's just one of those things where now that I'm older and I've experienced life more, I wish I could go back and ask her certain questions.
Was there any trees about her that you know of?
You said, was there any trees?
Yeah, any old trees by her that you know of?
In the village, yes. There's trees on the land that she left for us. You know what I mean?
You might be able to do some resonant frequency gathering.
Oh, you're talking about if I go back to the village on her land and talk to the tree?
Yeah, and basically just harvest the signals with your grandmother, you know, just do some rumination over there, and maybe you never know.
That might be possible. I never thought about that. That you might be onto something with that. But it wasn't until this moment in this conversation, that I realized, like, damn, I missed my grandmother. I wish I could ask her questions now with my mature mind. I wish I could ask her questions about what she told me when I was younger.
My grandmother gave me a whooping though, so I got that. You know, I can remember those.
Did you just say you remember the whoopings?
Yeah. Oh yeah. She gave me only 2 whippings, but they were whoopings I haven't got my.
You know, my grandmother. I remember. I'll never forget this because I was a knucklehead when I was a kid. She would spit on the ground, and she would tell me that if I wasn't back before the bubbles in the spit finished, then I would get my ass beat.
I got one for you though. Nobody's passed this on to other rooms, okay? Y'all gotta promise me that. But my grandmother had one leg. She had a fake leg. Do you know she took her leg off and beat me with it?
Not for real though, for real?
For real. Because I was reading this my aunt had died, right? She was like into witchcraft. And she gave us this hexagon like dining stand. And I opened it up, a gust of wind came out. I had a spider web inside, freaky, right? And so I reached in, I grabbed a book, and some demonology book, right? I started reading it out loud. My grandmother snatched me up in her wheelchair with her one leg and started whooping me with it.
Damn. And even now, a lot of memories are just flooding to my brain right now. She even told us a story about Earth when there was no moon. As a kid, it made no sense to me. As an adult, I find out that there's whole tribes on this planet that talk about the Earth when there was no moon. And I'm talking about tribe in the Americas who were saying that. And my grandmother definitely wasn't from the Americas. She was from West Africa. But she would tell us stories about the Earth when there was no moon.
I heard something like that before. They said the light in which the world was created before light was created. I don't know if that ties into the same kind of philosophy as something.
That's the thing, though, Ellis. Like, that's what I'm saying. I wish I could have a conversation with her now, having done a lifetime of research, and now when I'm older, I wish I could have a conversation with her now, because there's so many questions that I would like to ask her. I wasn't able to get all of the knowledge from her before she passed away. She lived to about 98 or something like that. I think she was like 98 when she passed away. Because she was so old that she didn't have a birth certificate because she was born in the village. You know what I mean? Like, we guesstimated on how old she was.
Soaky down there, he said smoke some bud, but I'm gonna say add a scrying mirror within it, okay?
And chew on little mushrooms too. You gotta do that. Squash it around a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yours, yeah, should be right there in a different. Have her favorite dish right there. Have her favorite food or favorite drink. Right there.
On the mobile.
Did all of you have like a person in the family who just like knew the family history?
I still got that.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that was the historian, like of the family.
Nobody picked it up.
Well, I picked it up. I know more about my family than any of my siblings because I'm the only one that actually would sit down and listen to my grandmother when she would talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know things about the family that my mother didn't even know. That's
where your family from? Where your family from?
So we're from Cameroon, but we're from a tribe called Fang. And the Fang tribe is an offshoot of the Bantu tribe. But the Fang, even though you find them in Gabon, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea, the Fang tribe originated in the Levant. And even when that particular part of the story was told to me, I had to get my mother to try to translate the word because the word that my grandmother was using, my mother didn't understand it. When I asked her, what is that? What does she mean? And then my grandmother described the area, and the area she described is what we would call today Israel, the Levant.
Wow.
Bryson, you better get over there. They're trying to take your birthright, man. They're trying to activate your shit.
That's very crazy. That's very crazy. But I feel like that's the power of Black people. Like a lot of us, we those stories that were passed down through generations, they weren't just stories. It was the history.
Yeah. I believe you. Put it over there to the temple.
I'm gonna be there this fall because we have to. My mother's transferring the ownership of the land to me and my two brothers. So we have to go there later this year to survey and document all of the land to make sure that it doesn't get taken. Because if you're not there, it can easily be taken.
So who would take the land?
So there's, man, the corruption part is crazy. The corruption is super crazy. If nobody is there to claim it, it's basically up for grabs.
So who would take Would it be the Cameroonians or would it be Chinese?
No, it would most likely be the locals first. If you're not there to claim that land and fence it off and declare that it still has a living claim to that land, then somebody else might try to take it.
Would that be pretty much parallel to what they do in America? If you know real estate and you know the land, you know how it works, and you know how to game, you just wait for the opportunity. You wait for them to come in and just move in. I mean,
they can essentially.
That's who would take the land. People who have knowledge of how to do it, practice it all their lives.
Right.
So that's how they live.
Or go spend the back taxes and pay it. You could owe them that.
Oh no. That's not how it works over there. There's no back taxes. The land is ours. As long as there's somebody who's alive who is able to lay claim to it, it's ours. So the thing is, my mother is getting way up there in age. She didn't want to leave it to any of her daughters because when a daughter gets married, she becomes a part of her husband's family. So she wanted to leave it to her sons to make sure that it stays in our family.
So you don't need any paperwork or nothing like that?
Oh no, you definitely have paperwork. We definitely have the paperwork. But in order for me and my brothers to get the clean transfer from my mother to us, we have to go there later this year to survey it. So she has land in the village and she has land in the city.
So if no one claims like a piece of land and say somebody like me pop up in your village, and I'm like, yeah, let me take that land. Can I do that, or I have to be a citizen of the country?
Somebody would try to scam you and sell you the land, even though they know that they don't own it. But if nobody is able to dispute them, then you would build a house on that land. But as long as somebody's able to dispute them, then that land is not yours.
Does your land ownership expire after a certain number of years or centuries?
No. This land was given to my mother by my grandmother, who inherited it from the patriarch of the family, and his lineage, my great-great-grandfather and whatnot. So it's just about us making sure that we let them know that we still exist and we still lay claim to the land.
So someone will marry your sister, they could go down there and like, this is our land now?
No, that's the reason why my mother didn't leave the land to her daughters. Because when the daughter gets married, she becomes a part of the husband's family. That would give that claim that you're talking about. That's the reason why I left it to the sons. So that it not happen.
The only thing I just wish that, like you had, just hold on for a second. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Like you had just, like you just explained, right? Why they're not leaving it to the daughters, because they become part of the husband land, the husband's family. That happens when men or women marry the other race. You actually are passing it on.
Correct. That's how the Europeans were able to claim right to land here.
Right.
That's exactly how it happened, and that's exactly why she wouldn't leave it to any of my sisters.
And this is exactly why when they test your lineage, they don't go through your mother, they go through your father, because at the time, a woman couldn't claim any rights to any land, so it would have to be the man. And this is why when we do all that, oh, you want to check your background, I always said it didn't make sense. How are you going to check the father? You're not sure if that's your father. Your mother is for sure. You know, mommy's baby, daddy's maybe. So it didn't make sense that you're testing them to find out about the father. I mean, that the father is the bloodline. It should have been the mother. But the reason why they implement the father, because at that time, only a man could claim land. Claim to a land. A woman couldn't do it.
Right. So it's a little bit of a duality there. It's a little bit of a duality because damn. Somebody got a lot of feedback.
What years you talking about? Because I found that black women was on the land after emancipation. Free black people and women were on the land before emancipation. When was that going on? We talking about somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in the Americas. I'm only speaking towards what I know. From what I know, that's the reason why she wouldn't leave it to my sisters.
But think about that. Makes sense because say your land been in your family for hundreds of years. Once your wife get married, that last name changes. Her bloodline now or her whatever now becomes the man. So whatever she inherits is going along with the man in his line. That line that she originally came from is deaded.
And that's the reason why she left it to the son. So even before me and my two brothers, the land would have belonged to my uncle. God bless his soul, rest in peace. The land was for him. When he passed, it became my mother because she had a younger brother, but the younger brother wasn't from the same father. So the land became my mother's. So my mother immediately put it in my oldest brother's name, but he didn't want the land for just himself. He wanted it to be split between him and me and my other brother. So that's why she lined everything up, paperwork wrong.
I think your mom was smart. I don't know if it was your brother because your mom knows there would have been some conflict because I know usually, especially in your culture, it goes to the older one, right? The brother.
Right.
He's supposed to take care of you guys, right?
Correct.
His duty take care of you. Your mom was like, nah, I ain't doing that shit. Listen, everybody get their own piece. Go do your own thing. I'm out of here.
Yeah. She already divided it up. She split the land up between the three of us. All we have to do is just go there, survey it, claim it, and mark it, and then it's ours. Because she already knows that there's less days ahead of her than there are behind her. So she just wants to make sure that we have it sold out and it's ours. Like that's the same land that my grandmother and her mother and her mother and her mother and like they're all buried on that land. You know what I mean? So my mother just wanted to make sure that it stays in the family.
That's crazy, Crisis, that you're talking about land, because so my grandmother is half, well, she's Congolese, but my mom was born in Zambia, and my mom and dad are both Zambian. So my mom's house back home, we've been in America for she's been in America for about 40 years. I've only been here for 7 years, but my brother, who's the firstborn, he doesn't want the house my mom has because he said he's gonna build his own house. It's 5 of us. I'm the third, and then my older sister. My older sister has her own house already in Zambia, and then it's my younger brother who's after me, and then my younger sister. So there's some kind of controversy going on because based on what you're saying, if they leave the house to, which would be me next in line because my sister already has a house, they're fearing that, they might end, it might not pass on down to the family. But the problem is, my younger brother wasn't born in our country. He was born here. And my fear is that because he wasn't born there and he doesn't have any type of connection with the house or the country, I feel like he can easily go back and sell or put other people in the house to profit.
Aaliyah, what you just described is exactly the reason why me and my two brothers are taking the trip later this year. What you just described is 100% facts. 100%.
So what do you think is the best thing to do? Because I get it, what they're saying about if I get married, it changes, but he doesn't have any type of history there, Crisis. My younger brother was born in America. Everything is about America. So if the house goes down to him, he could easily not give a fuck and just sell it or do something to profit off.
So what I'm about to say to you is going to sound very unpopular, but at some point, you have to believe in the maintaining of the lineage. It doesn't to me. That's a non-negotiable term. The maintain I was born here in America, right? The controversy, like what you described, the controversy between my mother and her younger sisters is the fact that they're mad that the land was given to my mother after my uncle died. And because of that, she gave it to her sons, meaning me and my two brothers. So now we have to go there and lay claim to the land so that way it stays within the family because it's not going to her sisters.
Right.
You know what I mean? But the thing is that the way we were raised, we always understood that at some point we're gonna have to be the stewards of that land. It didn't matter what we did in life. At some point, we have to be the stewards of that land because that land has been in our family for as long as our family has existed.
Well, I hope he can understand that because, I'm mainly the one who grew up in that house. Like I'm the one who mainly has the most connected memories to it, and I don't know. I'm kind of definitely angry that this is a discussion that they're having of whether it's gonna go to me or my brother who wasn't even born there or has no type of connection to this house. But for the sake of,
you have an interest?
I mean, does he really have a choice, crisis? Like this is a family.
Right. So when you say does he have a, I love the fact that you even said that. Does he have a choice? Personally, I didn't feel like I had a choice. I felt like this was my duty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's just the way I was raised. I was raised to understand that at some point the land was going to be me or my brothers. You know what I mean? And that just is what it is. And it's weird when you say that out loud for people who may not understand that type of obligation. But I don't know anything different. I don't know anything different. So for me, going there later this year, I hope to take my wife with me. My wife is African American. She was born, she's from the U.S., native, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that the land is being left to me and my two brothers. So we got to go there and see it, lay claim to it, and it's up to us to maintain it going forward so that it stays within the family.
Right. I think it would take a little bit more maturing and understanding of how you're saying it, because you're right. I mean, I've seen these things before in a lot of families where the wife gets married and then all of a sudden the husband from another family or tradition feels like he's entitled to that house. In which I'm most likely bound to be with an African man 9 times out of 10. So I mean, I just hope I mature. But I mean, my mom, she's in her 50s, so she still has some time left. But I hope this is something we can kind of like come to a common ground.
Right. You know what's amazing, Aaliyah, is my sisters never disputed it. For as long as I've been alive, I've never heard my sisters say that they wanted claim to the land, ever. They all, because this wasn't something that was said to them by my mother. This was said by my grandmother before my grandmother passed. Because my grandmother had 9 children, and the oldest boy, the one who was older than my mother, when he passed away before my grandmother passed away, and then that's when it fell to my mother, because the other boy in the family who was still alive is younger than my mother, but not from the same father. So he wouldn't have claim to that land. It would go to a different family.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like my grandmother made it very clear that that land that was given to her, she wanted it to stay in that family. She gave it to my mother after my uncle passed. And my mother, now that she's old and she has less days ahead of her than she has behind her, she wants to make sure that it stays in the family. And basically, she called us on something that she taught us when we was kids. Like, all right, it's time. You need to come and see the land. And like right now, my mom has a compound on the land. Like she has a compound, fenced in, has a security booth, everything. When she retired, we all chipped in the money to help her build the house that she wanted over there, and that's where she's at now. For all this bullshit that's happening in the world, I'm actually happy that she's there because I wouldn't have been able to operate here if I was worried about whether or not she was okay. Because we're spread out in the U.S. We're spread out. We don't all live in the same state, but we all love our mom. You know what I mean? And I know me personally, I wouldn't have been able to operate of a sound mind if I was worrying about whether or not my mother was okay in D.C. So when she wanted to retire, we put the money together, helped her build the house, sent her back home, and at that point, we know that she's taken care of over there. So now, whatever happens here, whether it's economic hardship or whatever, that's just us over here. But we know she's okay. We're gonna be alright because she raised some survivors. You know what I mean? But it's good to know that she's okay. And she doesn't have to pay rent. She doesn't have to pay a mortgage. She doesn't have to pay tax. The land is hers. The house is hers. She just has to make sure that she has the generator and that she pays for the electric grid that's connected to her home. You know what I mean? And she has a well on the land, and she has running water throughout the house because of that well. And she has the what do you call that? The water tower thing to be able to pump the water through with the filtration. And the brother Richard gave me more insight on how to make it more palatable for when we go there, to make it an easier transition for when we go there, to be able to not get sick as well. So it's like we take this mindset that we've learned and we're applying it to over there. But at the end of the day, it's all about maintaining that land and keeping it in the family. So hopefully for your brother, if he doesn't feel a connection, maybe a visit there would actually change his mind to see some type of a connection. But I know for me personally, it's just it's hard to explain. It's been ingrained in my brain since I was a child. So when she told us to this time, it just made sense.
And he did visit. Like he went this year for the first, sorry, last year for the first time. But you know, and I don't like to say this because it can come off late, but the mindset of a lot of people born in America, whether they have a foreign parent or not, there are just certain things that a child who was born back home versus here, there's certain things that we understand differently. And I feel like he may see the value in it, but he may also just have a different aspect of it. Like he may want to do other things with it, which is kind of bothering me. Because I feel like it should not be turned into something like something to profit from. It's more of like a family possession.
The land that you have back home, do you have ancestors and family that are buried on that land?
No, we don't.
Okay. Because if you did, that would be a way for you to get him to be feeling like he's connected.
But you know, the fact that, like, I mean, I was born in that house. My older brother and sister, they were like 4 or 5 years old when they were in the house. Like, that's the house my grandmother currently stays in. She most likely will die in that house. It's like, you know,
you say you're Congolese? You're Congolese?
So my mom and her mom, they're Congolese, but I was born in Zambia. So I'm like kind of half and half.
Are y'all Ibimike? Y'all Ibimike or no?
No.
Okay. What's the native tribe?
We're more Kaonde. Have you ever heard of that tribe?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, we're Kaonde. So my grandmother, her parents, and my mom's dad, they were born in Solwezi. And then my mom, she was born there, but they moved to Zambia when she was little. So that's why I was born in Zambia.
Okay. I mean, it's the only thing I can tell you, Miss Aaliyah, is the way I was raised, like we had all of the experiences in this country that a lot of the discussions that we have even in this room, like, you know, I don't want to go too much into it, but I've had all of those experiences. But the one thing that we were always taught is to know that we also have land there. You know what I mean? And to know that, and the fact that my mother, I used to refer to my mom as the African version of a Afeni Shakur, because you're familiar, you being Congolese, you're familiar with the gender dynamic, how the women are not supposed to speak. Right. So like,
pick up on these types of things.
Exactly. So, but my mother was never that. She was the type of person who she spoke in the rooms with the men while the women were in the kitchen gossiping. You know what I mean? That's why I refer to her as the African version of Afeni Shakur. You know what I mean? And because of that, she knows her sons. She knows how we are. My mother made us promise when we were kids not to get involved in politics. She literally told us that. She made us promise when I was 12 years old. She made us promise because she said she didn't want to bury any of her children because she understood that we were geopolitically aware. You know what I mean? Like we had a video. Do you know who President Taylor was from Liberia? You know who that is?
No.
Charles Taylor from Liberia. So when Charles Taylor came into power, the coup that put him in power, my mother used to have a videotape of the coup. The State Department came to our house and tried to confiscate the videotape, and my mom hid it.
Wait, how do your mom have that? How do your mom have that video?
Interesting shit, right? Hey, check this out, right? When you get a chance, look up a name, Bokassa. That person.
You said B.O.?
B.O.K.
That's not Liberian. That's
no. The name I'm telling you is not Liberian. The name I'm telling you is not Liberian. Bokassa. That's my little cousin's grandfather. My little cousin's grandfather was the last emperor of Africa from Central African Republic. I've shared too much.
I'm sorry. No, you good. I just wanted to. It was just interesting.
No. I'm just telling you. I've shared too much, but just know that I'm not speaking from a place of ignorance. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course. It's just fascinating that that's fun. Go ahead, man.
It's just one of them things. But we were raised with geopolitical awareness. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the reasons why I love. When I say my people, I'm referring to all black people. Here, there, everywhere. I love my people because I understand the geopolitical understanding of this. You know what I mean? I get it. The sister is Congolese, right? That means that somewhere in her family history, she had a run-in with King Leopold. At some point, King Leopold murdered 60 million people.
Wait, who's Congolese?
The sister who was speaking before me, yes.
Oh, okay. The Democratic Republic of Congo or just the regular Congo?
No,
yeah,
I believe
Democratic Republic.
The Democratic, okay.
Right, so but at some point in time, because she's Congolese, at some point in time, and she goes back far enough in her family lineage, they ran into Leopold. And if we all understand who Leopold was, we know he murdered 60 million people. 60 million people. 60 million people. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big ass number. But when you have an understanding of that history, it's hard for you to not feel some type of obligation to maintain the lineage. It's hard for you to feel like, it's hard for you to be detached from that. So when she's saying that she feels like the younger generation may not feel that, I understand where she's coming from. But like I told her, I can only speak from what I was taught. It was ingrained in my head that you still have an obligation to maintain the lineage. Did you just look it up, Buffalo Boy? You just looked it up? BOKASSA? You looked it up?
You said, well, I'm sorry, bro. I'm busy.
Did you look up the name I gave you? Did you look up that name?
No. Go ahead. Give me the spelling again.
Bokassa. 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 That's my little cousin's grandfather.
Really?
Yeah.
Bokassa, former president of the Central African Republic. Man. Have you visited there?
To Central Africa? No. I've only been to Cameroon. I've been to Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. I haven't gone to Central Africa. Yeah, because that's my little cousin's grandfather. That's not a part of my mother's line. That's my little cousin's grandfather. Yeah. Hold up. Hold up. Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm Liberian.
Y'all speak French in Liberia?
No, we speak English, but we border Ivory Coast.
Oh, okay. That's what I was about to say. Y'all don't speak French in Liberia. Y'all.
No.
You know how they say francophone?
Yeah. No, we speak English, but
are you francophone?
I understand French, but I don't speak French. I speak English and I speak.
Laissez le bon temps rouler.
Ooh, Michel de Poilet.
But my mother speaks 5 languages. It's just amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. No, I mean, when that woman leaves this earth, the earth is going to lose a very valuable individual when she leaves this earth.
And it says,
yeah, that's cool. You been to Cameroon.
Bokassa died in 96. That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, he died in exile, though. He was on some fuck shit when he died, but it's cool.
Yeah, I'm reading up his biography. That's what it says.
Yeah, he did a lot of fuckery. He bankrupted the country. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's cool, though. I still love my little cousin. I treat him like a little brother. I used to change his diapers. But believe it or not, though, when we listen to the people in this room who are indigenous to here, I want you to listen to it from a different lens. Listen to it with the same lens that you would hear people from back home talking, because they're literally saying the same thing, but they're just saying it from here. From here. They have the same type of...
From Africa or from...
No. From here. Like, what I mean by the same thing is y'all have the same affinity and the same, the same passed down knowledge and the same desire to continue the lineage and whatnot. It's all the same. It's just that y'all are doing it from here. It's okay that y'all are from here. Y'all don't have to be from over there.
And crisis they're doing it from an American perspective.
I don't know if I can call it an American perspective. The thing is like if if this is the land, if this is the land that you are able to trace your family from, then this is your land. I'm not gonna make you from Cameroon if you don't trace yourself to be from Cameroon. What the fuck I look like doing that? I'm not gonna tell you who you are. You're gonna tell me who you are.
Well, when it comes down, we are, as Nubian, as blacks, as Negroids, we are indigenous to the planet, period.
Yeah, that's what my grandmother said.
That's right. We are indigenous to the planet. So you can damn near claim whatever land you're at to be yours or whatever. What's more important is who is the regime, regime, who is the regime that you are siding with. Because you got to understand that when you come out of your mother's womb, you come out as far as the world with no knowledge of. So everything that you become attached to, that is a building block to not who you are, but what you become, what you accept. You know what I'm saying? Now, all that, right, happens under a particular regime. Point blank. And therefore, we have to get back to the root, not to the symptoms, but to the root of who we are supposed to be.
So, brother Shu, check this out, right? My older brother is named after the person who is considered to be the richest man in history, Mansa Musa. Like one of my brother's names is Musa. You know what I mean? The stories that my grandmother used to tell us about Mansa Musa, when I didn't know who Mansa Musa was, when I got older and I learned who Mansa Musa was, and I learned about the voyage of Abu Bakr II and stuff like that, I learned about all that as I got older. Not even knowing why my brother had the name that he had. And you know the name Musa, you know what Musa means, right? The name Musa means Moses.
Yeah. Did y'all?
It doesn't mean that, but it's translated.
Well, it's translated into that.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Right. No, you're right. You're right.
Does anybody know anything about the first book after Adam? And what book was that called? Because it's a book that was written after Adam. And it was written in the language of Chaldea. Does anybody know?
You mean after Genesis?
It's called the Sahufin. It's called the Sahufin. And it was it's called the Sahufin. It's called the Sahufin, and it was carried by Ibrahim or Abraham. And it's 12 books. 12. You know, and it's called the Sahufin.
What is the first section? What's the first section called?
I don't know exactly what the first section is called. I have to come back with that answer.
Okay, no, it's cool. It's cool because I'm reading about it, and so it didn't say it again. You said Sahufa because it has Sepher.
No, that's probably that could be a mistranslation of the word.
Well, this book was written in 1911. This book was written in 1911.
When I'm talking about Abraham, I ain't talking about 1911.
No, I'm saying the book I'm reading that I'm getting this from was written in 1911. And it talks about the Angelus Magnus Secretae Creators. And it says that it was the first book after Adam, and it was written in the language of Chaldea.
Hey, can you send me that? Can you send me the link to that?
Yeah, that'll be the Earl of Child.
That book I was telling you about, I was reading, Crisis.
Okay.
You know what Earl means, right?
Well, I'm sorry, shoot, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question was, do any of y'all know? If you don't know, I'll tell you. Do you know what Earl means?
No, tell us.
Or it's translated into?
Tell us.
Isn't that where they
it's fire.
It means fire? It means fire?
Yes.
Yeah, man, look, I've been running into a lot of literature and stuff when it regards to like creation through fire. I've been running into a lot of that lately.
When y'all say fire, do y'all mean fire flame or do you mean fire light? Do you mean like it's light?
Understand this, Crisis, that when it said let there be light, what they were actually saying is let there be fire, because there was no light bulb at that particular time. So what were they talking about when it comes down to light? They were talking about fire.
Hey, excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I just came up on stage because I wanted to ask old girl, can she send me a link to that book she was talking about?
Yeah, I'm reading this book.
Yeah.
I'm reading this book, but what I do is whatever breakdown I do with my ChatGPT, I'll send it to your back chat, okay? I'll request you right now. Give me man. Okay, yeah, give me a second and I'll send it to you, okay? About 5 minutes. I gotta take it from one phone and put it in another phone.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Peace, Beepers. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. I was just sitting in the chat and I heard her talking about that book and I never heard of it and it sounded intriguing, so I want to get a link to that so I can further research it.
Absolutely, brother. Yo, I hope you're having a blessed weekend, bro, for real.
Man, likewise. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
So, Brother Shu, you're saying that light and fire is interchangeable. That's the reason why I asked that question. Because the way I was always led to understand was that with the words that we would translate into fire, we're actually talking about light.
Those are interchangeable. Light and fire are interchangeable. Light, of course, is the English word for it. When you talk about fire, that's what they had. When they needed to see, what did they do? They ain't turn on a light bulb. They lit a fire. And that was the light that they saw by.
I like that. Yeah, there's a reason why these grafted humans made it a point to kill the elders everywhere that they went and quote unquote conquered. Because when they killed the elders, they destroyed the stories that were being passed down. And the stories, they would turn those stories that still lingered into allegory and myths. But the reality was, a lot of those stories was actually the oral history of those people. By killing the elders, they detached the youth from that oral history. This is why it's so important to be able to have those conversations with the younger generation about the history of your family, good, bad, or indifferent. Good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah, that's why, and it's a fact. When it came down to even passing the land, and let's say a young buck, we talked about this, I think earlier, about how land get passed down. And there were some examples whereas the child was born in another country, so therefore he might not be interested in a land that goes back to the Congo or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? So what would he do? You know, the land gets taken or sold to somebody else. and so forth and so on. But this is how cultural knowledge and information about who we really are actually gets changed. Because when, let's say you get a son, the son, he said, well, I don't want to carry the legacy of my fathers or fathers, with me. I want to search for something new or create something new. This is how things get lost. You know what I'm saying? This is how things get undocumented. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you have to stick with it, but
no, you're 100% on point with that. 100%.
You still have to document it.
You got it, Beepers?
Huh?
Oh no, she was asking Beepers, did you get the back channel?
Oh, okay.
Beepers, she sent it to your back channel. She's asking if you got it.
Yeah, my bad. I just seen it, and I just thank her. God bless you, sis. I appreciate that.
Hey, yo, Beavers, yo. When you go on your journey to learn more about your family and your family's history, yo, I hope you find everything that you're looking for, bro. Like, for real.
Okay, I appreciate that. I definitely been on that journey, and I definitely got a lot of information about, our history and before the slave trade and all that. So I'm just like putting stuff together, you know what I'm saying? Everything's starting to add up, routes that we took before we got here. When some of us was already here, and then some of us was later taken here in the slave trade. But a lot of people like to separate the two and don't understand both of them is actually our history compiled in one, because we had 10 tribes that split from us and came over here thousands of years before we were taken from Africa. So it was just a big migration. But a lot of people like to separate it and don't understand it's even documented in the book of Ezra in the Bible, the whole history. So I'm just gathering all the information I can, man. Trying to put it all together.
So, Brother Beepers, the reason why I mentioned my older brother's name being Musa, and the fact that he was named after Mansa Musa, I mentioned that because of Abu Bakr II, because when they spoke to Mansa Musa, he said that the king before him took a voyage to the west with 100 ships or more and never came back. And that's how he became king, because the king before him never came back.
That sounds pretty accurate. I ain't gonna disagree with that history, because you see all the information coming out today is definitely pointing towards people that came over here thousands and thousands and thousands of years, but the whole thing ain't nobody indigenous to this land in the sense of this is where civilization started. That's where I get confused with a lot of people. They'll try to say, oh, we indigenous to this land. But no, you was the first people here. Our peoples was the first people here, but being indigenous is like, to me, a whole nother thing. Like you saying you didn't come from over here, come from Africa, like life didn't start in Africa. We all know civilization started in the Levant. So we can't, that's where I get confused at with a lot of people when they say indigenous to this land. But I understand some people mean we was the first people here, and then we come from them people. We aboriginal because we come from them people that were here first.
In those conversations, bro, ask this one question. How many generations does it take for you to be considered indigenous?
Shit, I don't know. I can't even tell you.
No. I'm not asking you to answer that question.
Oh yeah,
I'm saying when you're having those discussions, ask that question, because that's the reason why I will never question anybody who says that they're indigenous to this land. Because the question of how many generations does it take to be considered indigenous has never been answered. We know that an egg does not sprout on two different places at the same time. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
So I will never take anybody's origin story from them. They are from where they say they're from, and it's okay. It's okay to be where you. love where you're from and love where you're at. You know what I mean? But more importantly is love who you are.
Right. Man, sure, man. Appreciate that, though, bro. Appreciate that. So I'm gonna step down, man. Shit, I just wanted to get that link from old girl. She was talking about that book. I was intrigued because I never heard of it. But,
no, absolutely, like, hey, listen.
Yeah, you
have a blessed weekend.
You too.
Have a blessed weekend, bro.
You know what I mean?
And I wish the best for you on that journey. You're gonna have a lot of fun. I'm gonna tell you what I told Michelle though.
Mm-hmm.
The fun begins where the documentation ends. Because when you start to do the research, you're gonna find a lot of documentation.
Mm-hmm.
But the fun begins where the documentation ends. Because once you get to a part where you can't find any more documentation,
right,
that's the part where you start to have to really have fun with this.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm good. I'm all ready for the challenge, bro. Like I've been definitely on this journey for years, bro. So you always can never not learn nothing. So I learn something different every year, every day, every week, every month. There's something always to learn. So you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna never be closed-minded to nothing.
Yeah, you're gonna like that link right now. That's gonna be a good breakdown and entry to because it doesn't name the 12. Who said that? Shu, you said it was 12 books.
12 tribes.
I said the Sahufin were 12 books, but there were other books even before the Sahufin. You had the Book of Enoch. You know what I'm saying? You had and oh my gosh, I'll come back to it. There was a couple of other books.
Yeah, so it brings up after that. It 6 more books. It brings up 6 more of the books. I don't know. I thought you said it was more than 6. So
I said 12. I said 12 actually.
You said 12. Okay,
yes.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Michelle, I don't want to overstep. Have you shared your journey with this room before, like in terms of what you found on your journey?
I mean, in bits and pieces, you know, but
okay.
Not really because I'm not.
I don't want to. I'm not gonna overstep that. I'm not gonna overstep it.
Sharing with people because you know it is what it is. But this what I'm looking at right now. This is because I didn't know that book even existed, and when the Angelus Magnus Secretet Projectors, that literally means the great angel of the Creator's secret. So the great angel who knows the Creator's secrets. That's what that means.
And to piggyback off of what you just said, I want y'all to think about something. What happens when you find out, when you start to do the research on who you are, what happens when you run out of documentation? When you run out of documentation, what happens then? Do y'all just end the research at that part? Or do y'all look at it and realize that you're older than documentation?
You may not, the documentation may go on and on. Like another book that was after Adam was called the Enuma Elish. That's another one. And there's a couple of more, but as it comes back into my memory, I'll let you know. The Enuma Elish.
And Michelle, what he's referring to with the Enuma Elish, remember I told you earlier about the different types of Indians that I wanted you to look up? And what they look like? That's what he's referring to. We were everywhere. This planet belongs to us. We're indigenous to every part of it. There's not a part of this planet that we didn't touch. There's not a part of this planet that doesn't know us. We were everywhere.
Because the way this thing is reading, that book was pre-flood. That information pre-flood. So, secrets before the flood. They got a bunch. They list seven other seventh and the last book is concerned with the virtue of name. So yeah, it's a bunch of books. They got one. The second book it says ALA, so I don't know if that's what or whatever, but it says it treats the virtues of stones, earth, and peace. The third is the Tractatus Diamatium or some shit like that. And which term connects to the sworn book of Honorius or some shit. Honorius.
When you get a chance, Michelle, when you get a chance, I just put something in the chat. It's a term, or technically it's a soil. It's called terra preta. I know you're a farmer and you do a lot of growing of plants and whatnot. Find out about terra preta.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, yo. Hey, Shu, the brother Beepers, all of y'all, I appreciate y'all. I love this type of conversation. I love the shit where we can find our understanding in trying to, really do this journey together, because everybody is finding out that even if we might have different stories, they're still all intertwined. A lot of the things that we consider to be African in terms of food came from the Americas. So we can't say that the Americas weren't a thing, because a lot of these fruits and vegetables only exist in the Americas. What lets you know that lets you know that there was a connection between here and there, but that connection existed before documentation. You're not going to find any books. You're not going to find any papers. You're not going to find any documents that say that this is where it came from. But when you go and do the archaeology and you do the research, you'll find out that, oh yeah, the shit started here. There's a reason why you find coca leaves in the fucking mummies in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Like, how? Yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to agree with you. I wanted to say that I know that's true because the nigga Jamal loves fruit and he's from America. Go ahead. I'm just saying.
Hey, yo, why you do that, man? Why you do that, man? Yo, let
my guy, I'm just fucking with y'all. Go ahead, man. I'm just
let Jamal live, yo. Let Jamal live, yo. I made an agreement with myself that I wasn't gonna joke on nobody in 2026. You know what I mean? It's okay. Hey, you remember Jamal said that he thought I was a light-skinned nigga? He thought I was a light-skinned nigga? I'm like, yo, that shit crazy. Like, that's crazy. I'm a crunchy black nigga. I'm black as they come. That shit was crazy. That nigga Jamal said he thought that nigga Jamal
was talking about Pope the other day. What's it, Pope Leo?
You talking about Pepe?
Is that Pope Leo?
You talking about Pepe?
I get it probably, but I feel like
the gray Pope, the gray Pope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Pepe, but that's not even his real name.
What was his Pope name?
His nickname was Pepe. Are we talking about the first Pope? That was Pepe. Are we talking about the first one, or are we talking about the one that's alive right now? Because there's a great Pope.
This is the first Pope Pepe. I'm talking about whoever this is dead.
Okay, yeah. The person you're talking about is the original Pope that was nicknamed Pepe. I don't remember his original name, but I know that the great Pope that's alive now, he also uses the same name, and he also uses the same nickname. And the irony of it is, if you look at his pictures, he actually looks like he's a whole vampire because He looks exactly like his ancestors. He looks exactly like his ancestors. That shit is scary. To know that. Hold on, let me see if I still have the picture. Give me a moment. I'm gonna see if I have it. Hold on. And if I'm not mistaken, this Pepe is a part of the Orsini family, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Let me see it. Oh, there we go. Boom. All right, so this picture that I'm putting in my PTR right now is boom. This is, if you PTR, this was the Pope that they knew as Pepe, the one who's in my PTR right now that I just refreshed. After I get it, I'm gonna change it because the Pepe of today. Boom, 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 boom. This individual here. So this person here, if you PTR now, this is the Great Pope, Pepe. So look at the first picture I put, and look at this picture, and tell me that they're not the same person. Now check this out. His nephew, quote unquote nephew, is this individual who also has the same name, but he's not in the church. Give me 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. There we go. And boom. So if you PTR again, this young man is related to the man in the preview that I put on my PTR. And he uses the full name of the original Pope that was named Pepe. They're related, by the way. Tell me they don't all look alike.
So Christ is Pope Leo III. He didn't write this book. Historians date this back to the 16th to 17th century of Europe, long after his lifetime, but it's called the Enchiridion Lioness Pepe. It's not really Pope Leo.
Hold on, can you say that again?
It's spelled Enchiridion. Leonis, Leonis, and then Pepe. P-A-C-E.
It's the Chronicles of Pepe. Yeah.
Well, it's a handbook. It's a handbook or manual. That's what Enchiridion means. But when it says what's in it, it says the text is a Christian magical protection manual combining Catholic prayers, songs from your Bible, the holy names of God, and angel invocation and protective charms. So
they be playing on our faces.
Man, the shit is in the fucking. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I ain't mean to cuss, but it's in the Bible. Like whatever that is, it's in the Bible.
The Chronicles of Pepe.
It's songs.
You talking about the Book of Psalms?
No, she said it's in the book. She said it's in the Book of Psalms.
So we got to be, first of all, we have to be careful and understand that there is, because it's all translations, right, and the language that is actually used. The reason why I'm saying that is only because you had Constantine, right? He's the one who was one of the first converts to what they call modern day Christianity. You know what I'm saying? The first Christian church was Roman Catholic. The Bible that they have has 72 books. Later on, the Bible got translated into just 66 books because they left out a lot of books out of when it comes down to your Baptist and your Pentecostal and so forth and so on. So you have to remember that some of these translations, because they didn't speak the language of the Messiah or some of the earlier prophets, some of these translations that we have, New World Bible,
Just let the woman finish, man. What's wrong with you? That's years ago. That's in the University of Chicago translations. They understand that what's African Pan-African is across Europe, the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and China. Everybody's connected up there. So can you just tell me when you're finished? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but let me tell you what I'm familiar with, and then excuse my ignorance while you're listening to me, if it's that unbearable. Okay. So what I'm saying is you also kind of have to apply that to West African kingdoms. So the Mandate people would have seen themselves different from the Akan people.
Mm-hmm.